Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So before I start, inshallah, we have Jazakallah khair. We have our session from now, which is 9:36, until Salatul Dhuhr. And that session will be very heavy, and there will be a lot of material. So I would like to agree with you on how we are going to have some breaks in between, so that inshallah it will not be very overwhelming. So 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, and then 12:30. So we have 3-hour session. After Salatul Dhuhr, we're going to go for the hands-on training, right? But for now, it's more like just lecturing type. I will be doing the I will showcase the kafan and all that, but the hands-on training where you yourself will work with this guy there, inshallah, will be after Salatul Dhuhr. So for now, would you like us to do 1 hour, then break, 1 hour, then break, and then 1 hour? Or would you like to do 1 hour and a half, break, 1 hour and a half, and then we pray for Salatul Dhuhr? Who would like to go for the first one? Raise your hand. So 2 breaks within 3 hours, or 1 break within 3 hours. So who would like 2 breaks? Okay, who would like 1 break? Okay, I see more on the 1 break. طيب, خير. So we will make that break, inshallah, longer, a little bit longer, so you can take your breath, inshallah. Okay, are we all ready here? Is it cold? No cold? No cold? No. Okay, that's good enough. Jazakallah khair. Yes. Yes, inshallah, we'll do that. So we, for salat, you mean to be prepared? Yeah, inshallah, we'll do that. طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم يا ربنا اجعل اجتماعنا هذا اجتماعا مرحوما. اللهم يا ربنا علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. So yesterday we went through some of the rulings about how to be prepared for the death and what happens at the time of death and immediately after that. One of the things that perhaps I did not mention is a habit that some people do where they gather together to do Quran recitation on behalf of the deceased. While the ruling about making tilawah of Quran and then giving or asking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to give the reward of reciting this to the deceased is a matter of disagreement between the ulama, there is no doubt that the specific practice that some people do, which happens after a certain number of days after the death, where they get together and then each one will get 1 juzu and then they will recite it together. There's no doubt that all the ulama in the past have said this is innovation and it's not acceptable in Sharia. We need to differentiate between 2 things. The fact that some ulama, some credible ulama have said it is permissible to recite Quran on an individual basis and say, Ya Allah, I give the reward of this recitation as a gift to the deceased, and they said that this is permissible. That does not necessarily mean that if we make a special scenario where we say, okay, we need 30 volunteers, we come together in one place, everyone will get our juzu, we will recite it together, and then that's boom, like the whole Quran is given to the mayyit. That's in no way permissible. This is not a sunnah, this is an innovation, this is a bid'ah in itself, and I'm afraid that if the deceased was the one who asked for it, that he will be sinning, or he or she will be sinning. So a person may commit a sin even after their death. Could that happen? Do you know that it does happen? Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam has said, whoever asks for a haram to be done, or whoever has taught people an innovation or a bid'ah or something, a bad practice, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will punish him for his sin and for the sins of all the ones who have followed him on this. In fact, I know that unfortunately, like I heard it from a relative of a person who passed away, but before his death, subhanAllah, he created an auto email where he sends the latest of his, of some like movie star photos to his friends. And unfortunately, after his death, his auto email was still forwarding those pictures, which have all the haram in them, to his friends. And guess how much a person is sinning even after their death because of the bad habit that they have started. So what I'm trying to say here is that the one who passes away needs to have in his wasiyah some statement that explain to his family and his beloved ones that he or she does not want any innovative practice in their janazah, and that people will remember him in their dua, and that they will not commit anything that will conflict with what the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam has taught us. Did I make this clear? I know it's sometimes for people may get offended. No, we've been doing this for all our lives. You are being extreme in this case. Well, it's better to follow the Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam than to just create something and then say, okay, well, it sounds good. Okay. طيب. So from among the signs of a good ending of a believer, we call it al-husn al-khitam, or the signs of husn al-khitam. You know that some people say, well, I saw him smiling, right? And see the smile on the face of the deceased, and then they consider this as a sign of having husn al-khitam. Like, we probably have some signs that were mentioned by Rasulullah ﷺ explicitly, but we need to understand that in no way we can judge a person just because of a sign, right? So to give you an example, Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam has said, "Al-mabtunu shahid, wa sahibul hadmi shahid, wal hariqu shahid." So whoever has passed away because of a fire, like someone burned and passed away, that person takes the reward of a martyr, right? So can you imagine what that means? A person who has passed away because of the building has collapsed on him or her, then will take the reward of a martyr. The one who passes away because of a disease in their stomach, that, like for example, nowadays we have certain types of cancer that happen, and so those things will give the person the reward of a martyr. Now, if you see those type of people at the time of janazah, wallahi, it's something you cannot look at. I mean, especially the one who has got some burn. I mean, you feel like, astaghfirullah, what's going on? Like sometimes the face is all black and burned, and it's very, very difficult to look at. Can we say this is a sign of bad ending? Of course not. Of course not. Rasul ﷺ said this person will take the reward of a martyr We cannot just by looking at how the face looks that we say this is a, okay, so I'm just giving this as an example. So let's see what the Rasul ﷺ told us about some signs of the good ending. First one, and this is very important, is that the last statement that the deceased person will say would be, La ilaha illallah. If Rasul ﷺ has said in the hadith, Man kana akhiru kalamihi la ilaha illallah dakhala al-jannah. Whoever their last statement was La ilaha illallah, they would go to Jannah. And the ulama have actually talked about this, like, is it that simple? Well, in fact, it's not simple, because most of the time, when a person is not doing well during their life, like a person is known to be singing and dancing and spending their time all in entertainment, at the time of death, they will repeat a song. They will not repeat La ilaha illallah. They won't say it. And I have seen that. Like, there are people who would be dying, wal-'iyadhu billah, while, I mean, at my time when I was youth, it was a time of Michael Jackson. And at that time, there were people repeatedly saying the song of Michael Jackson at the time of their death. They could, I mean, people were like trying to talqeen al-shahada, tell them, say La ilaha illallah, La ilaha illallah, and the person is just doing that. So, and others, I mean, I have heard a lot of stories about others who, at the time of their death, they were like, Wallahi, I got this item for this much, and now I'm not making any profit. Like a merchant whose whole life is about, lying to people by trying to convince them that the price is so genuine, and so on and so forth. A person whose whole time or most of their time is consumed in this dunya, at the time when they need to say La ilaha illallah, they will slip. They won't be able to make it. So when Rasul ﷺ says, whoever his last statement was La ilaha illallah, dakhala al-jannah, will go to Jannah, it's not an easy thing. Don't think that it's as easy as just uttering those words. Okay. The second one is actually araq al-jabin, sweating on the forehead. Rasul sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, or Abu Buraidah radiallahu anhu, said that, or has attended his brother's death, and he was dying while his forehead was sweating. So he said, Allahu Akbar, سمعت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم يقول موت المؤمن بعرق الجبين, that the death of a believer happens with the forehead swelling. A third one is to die in the night of Friday or in the day of Friday. When we say night of Friday, it's the night prior to the day, right? That's the Islamic night. So for example, when we Salat al-Maghrib on the day of Thursday is the beginning of the night of Friday, right? So the night of Friday is the night that precedes the first day, the day of Friday. Similarly, by the way, when we have Ramadan, let's say tomorrow is Ramadan, then we need to pray Salat Tarawih tonight, because by Adhan al-Maghrib of today, we are starting the night of the first day of Ramadan. So the hadith here, ما من مسلم يموت يوم الجمعة أو ليلة الجمعة إلا وقاه الله فتنة القبر. There's no Muslim who passes away on the day of Jummah or the night that precedes that day of Jummah, except that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will protect them from the fitna, from the trial of the grave. The fourth one is to be a martyr in the fight fi sabilillah, and the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam has said that for the martyrs in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, there are 6 virtues. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will forgive them for in the first batch. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will show them their place in Jannah. and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will protect them from the punishment in the grave, and on the day of judgment they will be safe and they will be content, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give them a nice and beautiful shape in the day of judgment, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will enable them to have of the Hur al-Ain, and also that they will be given the intercession to 70 of their relatives. Now, the fifth one is to pass away because of those other things that makes them get the reward of a martyr when they were not doing it in the battlefield. And again, we talked about some examples. The Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam has said, مَا تَعُدُّونَ الشَّهِيدَ فِيكُمْ. He asked his companions, so who do you consider as a martyr between you? They said, Ya Rasulullah, مَنْ قُتِلَ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ فَهُوَ الشَّهِيدُ. Whoever passes away for the فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ, then this is the shaheed. Then he ﷺ said, إِنَّ شُهَدَاءَ أُمَّتِي إِذًا قَلِيلٌ. Which this means that the number of martyrs in my ummah is very low. So they said, فَمَنْ هُمْ يَا Rasulullah? Okay, who are they then, Ya Rasulullah? He ﷺ said, whoever passes away in the battlefield, فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ مَنْ قُتِلَ فِي سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ فَهُوَ الشَّهِيدُ. So that's for sure. And then وَمَنْ مَاتَ فِي الطَّاعُونِ فَهُوَ الشَّهِيدُ. Whoever passes away because of الطاعون. What is طاعون? In plague. Because of plague, then the person is getting the reward of a martyr. وَمَنْ مَاتَ فِي الْبَطْنِ فَهُوَ شَهِيدٌ. And whoever passes away because of a stomach disease, then will get the reward of a shaheed. And then وَالْغَرِيقُ شَهِيد. Whoever passes away while sinking in the water, then drowning, barakallah fiqh, then will get the reward of a shaheed. Similarly, whoever passes away because of fire or because of falling from a very high place, like say for example someone has fall down from a mountain or from a high building, a lofty building, those will get the reward of a martyr. And this is a good sign, even if their shape looks very bad. By the way, sometimes people who get into car accidents, they get cut into pieces. You know that, right? And sometimes I know that Jazakallah khair, Sister Zahra, multiple times has told me about situations that are very difficult to work on. So we even get those issues here. The fact of the matter here is that the signs are not enough evidence to say that this person has passed away in a good way or in a bad way, or has a good ending or bad ending. However, there are signs that are very, very evident, like if the person's last statement was, La ilaha illallah. Okay. Similarly, whoever passed away defending their property, defending their money, defending their honor, they will be getting the reward of a martyr. Like let's say you were robbed at a place and then you were fighting against that attacker and then you got killed. You get the reward of a martyr because you're defending your property or your honor or your, your wife, for example. So that actually, sometimes when most of the times when a person is killed, the shape of the person is very, very difficult to look at. Okay. I thought there was a question here. Okay.
I have a question.
With the mic? Do we have a mic for the sisters? Yes? Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
If for example, someone died, for example, to skydive, something like you purposely put yourself in a position where you might die. For example, glide. What is, do they also get the,
Okay, someone is playing skydiving. Okay. Well, there are multiple reasons for why a person would do skydiving. And the same thing applies to any other sport. If it is just for the fun of it and the person is doing it where there is a very evident risk and they know about that, but they just want to make a record that, oh, I am the first one who did this, then that's in Sharia called intihar. That's suiciding in Sharia. Like a person, for example, is flying a plane that they know is very risky to do, or doing that skydiving that everyone knows is very risky, and they just want to show off and just want to be, to get into, what is it called, the Genesis? The Genesis record? Yeah. Guinness? Okay. I mean, Rasul ﷺ was asked, if a person goes in the fight, in the jihad, but their intention was to just show off, just to be known as a brave one, would that be fi sabilillah? Rasul ﷺ said no. Whoever passes away so that the word of Allah will be the highest, then and only then this person has gone fi sabilillah. But then the other thing is, let's say the person was doing this in order to prepare themselves for, for jihad or to be stronger, and has a great intention, and he or she has taken all the precaution necessary to make this as safe as possible, and it is known that what they are doing is actually great and of great benefit. With that intention, if la samahallah something happens, then yes, of course, that does not put them in a way that they will not be taking the reward of a murder if la samahallah something happens. Yes.
You said the two extremes. You said either for jihad or either for showing off. What if it's just for fun? There's no showing off, no records, no nothing.
If it is for fun and it is not haram, there's no haram in it, and at the same time all the precautions have been made, all the countermeasures have been taken, it is officially by the experts, it's safe, unless la samhallah something very rare happens, then of course that also takes the reward. The problem, Habibi, is that if the person is just trying to be seen, just trying to be shown, just trying to be known, then that is when the intention, the bad intention, makes the whole act a bad thing. And so here's the thing. In Sharia, if the intention of the original act is haram, then any consequence of that act becomes haram. So for example, if someone travels to commit a haram, can that person make qasr and jama'? Answer the question. Anyone knows the ruling? Let's say someone made a travel to commit, let's say to go and make a haram trade, or to go and date a woman, and made a travel, and that travel took him like hours. Is it permissible for the person to make jama' and qasr? Huh? Answer. No, of course. No, it's not. It's not. If the travel itself is haram, then they cannot take the ruling of combining their prayers or making qasr of their prayers. Yet they must pray, but they cannot take that ruling because those rulings only happen if the travel in itself is halal, is permissible. The travel does not need to be an Islamic one or something as the question was. So it doesn't have to be like for the fi sabilillah. even if you travel for dunya's sake that is permissible, you can take the ruling of combining the prayers and shortening them. Did I answer your question? Okay, so if the intention is permissible and all the precautions have been made, then that's fine. It just consider someone who is visiting a mountain to see, the beauty of the land, and then all of a sudden the rock that the person was standing on just fell down, and then the person fell down as well and passed away. Same thing. Like the intention was just like a permissible intention. It's dunya. The person didn't go for jihad or whatever, but then of course what happens to them is actually giving them that reward. And by the way, why do you think that Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam has said that those people will get the reward of a martyr? It's because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is very merciful on the person, that Allah will not give the person two severe punishments in this dunya and in the hereafter. Like when a person dies because of fire, that's a so difficult thing, right? And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is so merciful that Allah will not let the person go through a severe punishment in this dunya and in the hereafter again later. You see the point? So Allah will give them the reward of a martyr. It doesn't necessarily mean that the person will be wiped out from all the sins, or all the sins will be wiped out for that person. It just means that they will get a reward of a person who did fight fi sabilillah and get killed in the ma'rakah. Yeah. Okay. So next one. Okay, now what happens to the people after the death, or the praising of the people on the deceased person after the death? Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam passed by a janazah, and he heard people praising the deceased. So he Sallallahu said, wajabat, 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 which means that whatever you have praised him, is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will make it happen. So, the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will happen because of, is it because of my thawb? No? Okay. Anything I should do? Okay. طيب. ومر بجنازة فأثني عليها شرا. And he ﷺ also passed by a janazah where people were talking very badly about the deceased. And he ﷺ said, wajabat, wajabat, wajabat. That whatever you have said against the person will be taken into their punishment, or will result into their punishment. Umar radiallahu anhu said, fidan laka abi wa ummi. Ya Rasulullah, so he said, I sacrifice my father and mother for you, Ya Rasulullah. Like, what happened when you saw those two janazas and you said, wajabat, wajabat, wajabat? He ﷺ said, man athnaytum alayhi khayran wajabat lahu al-jannah. Whoever you praise them, whoever you praise at the time of death, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will make a Jannah a must for them. And whoever you say badly against, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will make the fire or the hellfire a must for them. He ﷺ said, Antum shuhada'ullahi fil ard, Antum shuhada'ullahi fil ard, Antum shuhada'ullahi fil ard. That you are the witness on this earth in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Now, he ﷺ said that to whom? To the Sahaba, right? Who were the best people, right? Now, in today's time, when people are doing all the ghiba and backbiting and whatnot, that doesn't apply. So it only applies on with the people who are truly following the sunnah of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And I give you an example, like a person who is really practicing their religion, but not in a way that the neighbors are happy with, because they always say, he is extremist. He is not he doesn't have a life. You know this statement, I always hear this, you don't have a life. Well, my life is more happy than any other one who is entertaining themselves day and night. It's just because people think that if you are not entertaining like them, then you don't have a life, and they say that. But anyways, I mean, people who will see you as a weird person who doesn't really socialize with them at the time when they are committing haram, like especially, for example, when they do their partying and whatnot, they will not like you. And if you happen to pass away, they will not mention good things about you. They will say, he was one of those extremists. And that is not what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, not what Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam has meant in the hadith. What the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam has meant in the hadith is the saying and the attestation of the great and noble Muslims. That's what he sallallahu alaihi wasallam has said. Okay. Yes, go ahead. You mean the attestation? We're talking about Muslims here. The non-Muslims, you know, Allah knows their destination. Yeah. Any questions, sisters? You have the mic with you, right? Okay, go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
Yeah, my question is, if somebody skydiving and die in the line of duty.
I can't hear you well. Can you say it again?
Yeah, somebody passed away skydiving in the line of duty. Is that also considered as a shahidi?
If the line of duty is
like a military or
if that is a genuine one that is not haram, then yes, of course. The problem here is if the person is fighting against Muslims and find himself dying in that, then of course that's one of the most severe bad ending. So when you say line of duty, I don't know what you meant, like in what situation. If the situation was that this person is defending Islam and Muslims from the attacks of the oppressors, then of course this is the best thing. But if the person is just fighting the civilians, the innocent civilians, because the person is working under an unjust army or an unjust government, then that person is, wal-'iyadhu billah, is having the worst bad ending. Did I make it clear? So it all depends on the intention and the type of act that the person was doing at the time when this happens.
Save the questions for the end, because this is going to go forever.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can accept quick questions, inshallah, but yeah, if there are some long questions, we can make them at the end, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I have a question. I think it's very simple. What you have said is haram and what is not haram. For example, a person dies burned, was in a nightclub, right? And he dies of burn. Obviously, he was in the wrong place and wrong time with wrong intention. So even he died burned, he's not a shaheed. Am I right?
Die in burned? What is burned?
Burned.
Burned?
Yes, fire. There was a fire in that, for example, there's a fire in that nightclub, right?
Yeah.
So
sister.
the intention was bad. He went to wrong place. He got burnt because there was fire in that place. Obviously, he's not a shaheed. Simple as that, right?
Yes.
So that's what it's all
as
about.
simple as if the intention of the act at the beginning is either a good one or at least permissible one, then they get the reward of a shaheed. But if the intention was haram, someone went to a liquor to buy a wine and then something happened, or someone went to, as she said, nightclub and they burned, then that's totally different.
One quick question. You said a person who dies on Thursday after Maghrib till Friday, what time? Is it till Maghrib Friday or Isha?
No, the time of Friday, the beginning of the night of Friday begins at Adhan al-Maghrib.
Thursday, that's on Thursday.
A Thursday Adhan
Yes.
al-Maghrib until Friday Adhan al-Maghrib.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, barakallah feekum. Okay, so next thing, inshallah, we'll talk now about. So we have now ghusl al-mayyit, washing of the body. We have shrouding, the takfeen al-mayyit, and then we have salat al-janazah, and then we have taking the janazah to the grave, right? So this is now the most important thing. So I will start, and then maybe we'll break in the middle, and then we'll continue, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh.
Alaykum salam.
One question. What is the difference Sabilullah Shaheed and the other Shaheed?
What is the difference? What?
Sabilillah, someone's fight for Islam, and the other Shaheed, like someone's dying, stomach disease. What is the difference?
The difference, barakallah fiki, is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward a person for their act and for their intention when they go fi sabilillah. And this has actually the reward of jihad and whatnot. So that's one thing that is only special for those who go in fi sabilillah. In addition, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give them a reward for when they pass away, when they get killed as a shaheed. So the one who goes in jihad, they will get two major rewards. One for their intention and risking themselves to go to that area and all that stuff. That's one part that is only for the one for jihad. And then the other part is when they get killed. Because you know the mujahid could go back and without being killed, at least the mujahid will get the reward of all risking their life and whatnot. But when they get killed, they get the reward of a shaheed. Similarly, when a person gets, like last mahallah, a person was cooking for their family and something happened, the gas exploded and then they just burned and killed, right? Then that person will get the reward of what? Of being killed with a burn that Rasul ﷺ is telling us that they will get an equal amount of reward like someone who was killed in the battlefield. But do they get the reward of going fi sabilillah for the jihad? No, they will not. That's a separate reward that is only for the mujahid. Okay, so let's talk about ghusl al-mayyit. And this one is going to take us a long time, and that's why we are here, in fact, for the most part. So, how should I start this? Okay, so let me just give you some introduction before I add this dummy here. Now, what is the ruling for us to make ghusl for the mayyit? Anyone knows? Is it sunnah? Is it makruh? Is it haram? Is it halal? Is it wajib? What is it? Huh? It's fard. I heard sunnah. I heard fard. Wajib. Fard kifaya. Exactly. It's fard kifaya. And you know what fard kifaya means? Huh? What is it? If some people in the community do it, then it is enough for the others. But there must be some who would do it, right? So it's called fard kifaya. Similarly, making the kafan is fard kifaya. Salat al-janazah is fard kifaya. Taking them and burying them is fard kifaya, right? So we all these are actually considered to be mandatory upon all Muslims to serve anyone who passes away, but it's not really required that everyone will do it. As long as we have enough people to do it, then it's fine. So that's one thing. And then what is the reward for making ghasl al-mayyit? Anyone knows? Let's read the hadith. Rasul ﷺ has said, "Man ghassala musliman فكتم عليه غفر له الله 40 مرة." Whoever washes a Muslim and is silent or is quiet about anything that about exposing any secrets of the mayyit, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will forgive him 40 times. وَمَنْ حَفَرَ لَهُ فَأَجَنَّهُ أُجْرِيَ عَلَيْهِ كَأَجْرِ مَسْكَنٍ أَسْكَنَهُ إِيَّاهُ إِلَى يَوْمِ الْقِيَامَةِ. And whoever digs the grave for the deceased and then get the deceased and helped in getting the deceased in that grave, and then of course preparing the grave afterwards until it is flat, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give them the reward of someone who is donating their property for others to live in it until the day of judgment. وَمَنْ كَفَّنَهُ كَسَاهُ اللَّهُ يَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ مِنْ سُنْدُسِ وَأَسْتَبْرَقِ الْجَنَّةِ. And whoever puts the shrouding on the or makes the kafan of the deceased, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give them the clothings and the Yawm al-Qiyamah from the beautiful type of silk in the day of judgment, or in Jannah bi'idhnillah. So, and the Rasul sallallahu alayhi wa sallam also has said, I'm sorry, the hadith here says, "Man ghassala musliman fakatama alayh," that there's one condition in order to get this reward, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will forgive you 40 times, and that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give you the silk clothings and the day of judgments that you will be so proud and happy with. Rasul said, فَكَتَمَ عَلَيْهِ, that the person has been quiet about exposing any of the secrets of the deceased. So that's one condition. The other condition is to do it fi sabilillah. Meaning, if people who get money for doing anything in this religion will not get the same reward, by the way. So in other words, Rasul ﷺ has said, خَيْرُكُمْ مَنْ تَعَلَّمَ الْقُرْآنَ وَعَلَّمَهُ. The best among you are those who learn Quran and teach it to others. If someone does this for profit, do they get does this hadith apply to them? No, it does not. That doesn't mean they will not be rewarded. They may be rewarded for being sincere, for going above and beyond the expectation, that kind of thing, yes. But the essence of this hadith and any other hadith about the virtue of doing whatever is good is really relying on someone doing it only fi sabilillah, right? Similarly, those who make the ghusl, those who make the shrouding, those who going to the janazah, taking the deceased to the janazah, if they are getting paid for it, then those hadith about the reward do not apply to them. They may get rewarded for perfecting their job, for doing it as expected or even better. Maybe yes, but not really the reward here that Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam is talking about. And he sallallahu alaihi wasallam has said, "Man amila," and he's talking about the believers. "Man amila minhum bi'amali al-akhirah lid-dunya, falaysa lahu fil akhirati min nasib." Whoever among the believers does any of the acts of akhirah in order to get some worldly gain in this dunya, then that person will not get the reward in the day of judgment. That's the hadith by Imam Ubay ibn Ka'b radiallahu anhu, and that tells us that when you want to really volunteer for doing ghusl al-mayyit, I mean, it is permissible to take money. Don't take me wrong. But what I'm trying to say is that you only expect the reward that Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam has talked about if you do it totally fi sabilillah. Okay. So let's now go into how we do it in reality. And okay. By the way, I want to introduce my friend here. His name is Dummy. And the nice thing about my friend Dummy is that he obeys me. He listens to all my instructions. He does not oppose my, so whatever I do, okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So we have some material here. This is the kafan, and we'll do that inshallah once we are done with the ghusl. But I want to introduce some stuff here that I have. So you see this powder? This is called sidr. Sidr. Sidr is actually from a special plant. It's the leaves of a certain tree, and it was used in the old time, even in the time of Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and it's still being used in certain countries for washing. Like this is their soap. This is their soap. Now, do we have to use this? No, we don't. If we have another type of soap that is easier to use, then it's fine. It's permissible. But this is what we have heard from Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam that they have used in their time. Okay, so this is called sidr, and this amount is actually more than enough for one ghusl. The way it works is that you pour probably half of this, if not less, in a bucket, and then with you add the water with some power, in order to make this foam, right? And then we use that water with the sidr to wash the deceased. So this is number one. Number two is this. This is called kafur. Kafur is also for cleaning, but it's used to give that nice and beautiful fragrance or smell, right? So Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, when his daughter passed away, do you know whose daughter that passed away in his life? Zainab and Ruqayya. Yes, exactly. So two daughters have passed away in his life, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. The ahadith that are most common to be heard are about Zainab. So he Sallallahu, when Zainab passed away, told the women who were washing her, اغسلوها ثلاثا أو خمسا أو سبعا أو كما ترون. He said, wash her body 3 times or 5 times or 7 times or until you see is enough. And then وَجْعَلُوا فِي آخِرِهَا الْكَافُورِ. So he instructed them to use sidr in those washes, but in the last one to use kafur. And they say that this kafur, actually, when it goes on the body, and you take that body in the grave, it will expel the bugs and things for some good period of time, right? So this one is really good for that. So this is what they call atar. In Arabic, in the true Arabic, in the ahadith, this is called hanut. Hanut is really like a fragrance oil that is added to the person. Now we don't have mibkhara. Do we do bakhur here? Zainab, Sister Zuhra, do we do bakhur here or we don't? We don't do bakhur. So, so those are the kafan. We probably I can show you that inshallah later, but remind me, there's a sunnah of applying bakhur. You know what bakhur is? What is bakhur in English? Incense, the one that you burn and then it gets that smoke. Yeah, it's like a smoke with beautiful fragrance, with beautiful smell, right? Okay, so that bakhur is, the sunnah is, in Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, jammiruha. Jammiruha means to apply this smoke with beautiful fragrance on the sheets, Okay, so we don't have it now here, but all those are sunnahs, by the way. So, inshallah, when we get to the wash, I will tell you what is the minimum and what are the sunnahs, similarly for that. What else is I want to show you here? Okay, yeah, here. Oops. Astaghfirullah al-Azim. So those are for safety things and hygienes. Now, it's good to apply these, of course, from not because they were mentioned in the Sunnah, but rather because in the Sunnah, Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam has asked us to avoid anything that may harm us. He said, "La darar wa la dirar." So if those are recommended by whoever the health experts are, then we do them. And I think those were mandatory at that COVID time, right? Or those were... They are required by us because of a policy or by the... I know, but is this by law or this is by policy? Okay, good. So this is a typical mask with this plastic cover for the eyes. And those gloves. And this is the garment which you also put on your clothes. So now when you get into the room for washing the body, nothing of your clothes will be exposed. They will be all under this. And also you are protecting hands and face with these. Okay? Now we also have those. Okay, so I don't know, this one is very small. I don't know why we are using it. Yeah, but even, okay, so let me explain two things here. The most important thing when we do ghusl is that we have to hide the awrah. We must. It is absolutely haram to expose the awrah. Now the awrah, as we all know, especially at the time of ghusl, for men, it's between the belly button to the knees. Similarly, for women, it's good to cover more, but this is the minimum. Those must be covered. Men will wash men, and women will wash women. There's only one exception if the man is washing his wife or if the woman is washing her husband. That's the only one exception. There's another exception if this is a little boy or a little girl, meaning that they are, like say, for example, 5 years or 3 years, then although we recommend that men will do it for a boy and women will do it for a girl, but if there's not enough people, then it's permissible for those who are under 7 that they can be washed by the opposite gender. So I hope I made this statement clear. So that's why your brothers and sisters here, Jazakumullah khair, use those towels. So the first thing they do is they cover the awrah. By the way, when they get the body, they get it covered, of course, So they first cover this. They put this cover on top of the cover that is already there, in order to make sure that the aura is going to be covered at all the times. And then they pull the undercover, right? So they have to take all the clothes or the covers that came from the hospital or whatever. They take them all, so that the body will have nothing on it, except those pieces that you put to cover the aura. So we cover the aura first, and then we pull everything else. Okay? Yes. Huh? The aura is from the belly button to the knees. No, it's more than the private parts. It's actually from the belly button to the knee. It's the whole entire, from here to here, not just the private area.
What about for girls?
Same. But here's the thing, sister. If we cover more, it's better. So, for example, if we cover the breast of a woman, it's better. Is it mandatory? No, it's not. Okay. Yes.
Initially, we cover with the black sheet the whole body after remove the clothes, and then while we are washing, then we use the towels to cover the aura. Initially, we put the black sheet to cover the whole body.
Okay, so if you do more, sister, it's fine. What I'm saying here is that the minimum is that we must cover the aura. I mean, as I said, Jazakallah khair, if you're doing it more, especially before the time of washing with the hand, it's fine, inshallah.
One more. Can you also emphasize on that the aura is not only from the front, because many times it happens with our women that they said that the back is not aura.
The back is not aura?
Yeah, that's what they
So it's from the belly button to the knees, from all sides. From all sides. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, from all sides, of course. Yeah, it's very difficult to hear this. Khair. Okay, so that's the first thing. Make sure that the aura is all covered. Now, yeah, let me just go ahead. Quickly, go ahead. Say it.
Dr. Abdul Rahman, I heard from some people that once a wife passes away or a husband passes away, the other person becomes non-mahram.
Yes. Okay.
And if that is the case, they cannot wash the body of each other.
Barakallah fikum. So the question is saying that once the death happens, then the lady is no more mahram to her husband, right? That's what you're saying. This is in some madahib, yes, that's true. But Aisha radiallahu anha has said that I wish that we were the wives of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam were the ones who have done this to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And there's an authentic hadith that the Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam said that a man can do it or would do it for his. He sallallahu alaihi wasallam has said to his wife that if you were to die before me, I would wash you. So whatever that madhab is, it is in the madhab, I acknowledge this, but whatever was in that madhab is just an opinion, and wallahu ta'ala alam was because they perhaps did not hear this hadith. So he sallallahu said it clearly to his wife that if you were to die before me, I would have washed you. Okay, so now we cover this. This is the most important thing, and then we come to like beginning of the ghusl. Rasul ﷺ said to the woman who wanted to wash his daughter Zainab, he ﷺ said, "Ibda'u bimayaminiha wa mawatin al-wudu' minha." That you want to start with the right hand sides, then the left hand sides, but of course before that do the wudu. Now, before we even do wudu, the sunnah is try to do the istinja, and which means to wash the private area for anything that might be coming out. And part of what we do is actually that we, I think the beds that we use here can move up and down from the middle. So that's what we do. We take the deceased like this, almost to the position as if they are sitting down, and with no, I'll do it myself. And with this cloth, we gently press on the button. On the belly. The hope here is that by doing so, if there's anything that is about to get out, that it will, right? So you do that multiple times, maybe 3 times, until you feel it is the time that it will, get everything out. And while a person is doing this, another person is supposed to apply water in good amount so that it will clean as they do this. Now, in Sharia, if there is something that is not halal to look at, then it is also not halal, not permissible to touch. You know that? This is an Islamic fiqh ruling. So the fact that I cannot see between the belly button and the knee means that I cannot touch other people's thigh, for example, or the back or the private area. It's haram, it's not permissible. So because of this, as you do the washing, and when you need to wash the private area, you need to take like a towel like this. Perhaps this is too big for the hand. And then you wrap it on your hand. And we use the left hand for istinja, not the right hand. By the way, this is my right, so this is my left. So, and that's where we clean from under the cover, the private area, right? So someone is applying this pressure gently, and the other one is holding like this and applying the water and washing or cleaning the private area. It is not permissible to touch the awra without cloth. It's not permissible. And it is sunnah to cover your hand when you touch anything else other than the awra. So in other words, here is not awra. Should I do it with a bare hand? No. It's better to do it with some cover. Now this is sunnah. But here, it's not permissible. It's haram to touch it without cover. Clear? So usually, Habibi, the wife and the husband, like the husband cannot just do it for his wife alone. So the husband, if the wife is the dead, the husband will need some other ladies to help him with doing this, and those ladies must be mahram of his. So for example, let's say a woman has passed away, she has maybe 2 girls, 2 daughters. So the husband could help in washing the body along with the 2 daughters of his and her, right? Along with their 2 daughters. But the husband cannot wash the body if a foreign woman comes to help and assist in that washing. You see the point? Now, is it permissible for the man to touch or see the awra of his wife? Of course it is permissible, but because now we are talking about a group work, then we all have to abide. Yes, Akhi. Whatever prevents the touching, something thick. So let's say, and I don't know if we have this, Brother Safir and Zuhra. I mean, this one, the problem with this one is good for hygiene, right? But this is not good for the awra touching. The reason for this is because if someone puts on this, he can feel the aura, right? So what is really needed is something that will prevent, to the best ability, that will prevent the sense or the feeling of the aura, especially the private area, right? So I don't know, is there any thing that is being used where like the glove is is thick enough that it will prevent that feeling, and then a person will be in an easier position to wash than to do it like this?
We use glove plus washcloth. We use glove all the time, but for this particular case, we use a washcloth on the top of the hand.
What do you mean by washcloth?
Just a smaller towel, that's all.
This one? No, this is not enough, sister. Yeah, but see, I wish we have something like this, thicker, but it has like a pocket where you insert the, like, let's say this has a pocket, you insert this like this, and then you can wash. And this one is thicker. I think that would make it perfect. I mean, usually when I do ghusl here, I use this, but it's not convenient. And this one is not enough for sure. So I don't know if we can have something in the middle. But anyways, I think we got the idea here, inshallah. So let's move forward.
Change the glove for the rest of the body.
Yes.
Somebody who is, a southpaw.
Great question. So what if the person is right-handed and cannot do it with left hand, right? Then we say, who should be actually doing the ghusl? The sunnah of who does the ghusl is, first of all, it's in priority order. The first priority should go to the one who was in the wasiyyah. Remember we talked about wasiyyah yesterday? If I die and I have in my wasiyyah that I want person ABC to do it, then that's the person who has the highest priority, right? Then after the wasi is the father or the grandfather, or someone close from the family, like the son, like the brother. And then after that, to the beloved ones. However, there's a condition that anyone who would be doing the ghusl must know and must be able to practice the sunnah of ghusl. So if someone is not able to practice the sunnah of ghusl, he or she should not be participating. They could come and participate in something that they can do, but not in doing the things that they are not in their capacity. Okay? Any one sister wanted to ask?
Actually, from possible, we need to ask the family member to do the istajah. It's better for them to do that than stay.
Once again, sister, if there is a family member who knows exactly how to do it, yes, you are right. But if they don't know, then that's problematic. We need the person who can do it right. Okay, I mean, if you believe that they are able to learn it in that quick time, and then of course, by all means. Anyways, inshallah, I hope that the prioritization here is clear. Now, no, sister. So it is makruh for anyone to come just for the sake of watching. It's makruh. And if there is a mix between genders and there is a potential of some awra to be exposed, it makes it haram. So in other words, let's say I got someone that I love and he passed away. They have enough crew to do the washing. Can I just say, okay, I just want to be there because I love this person? It's makruh. It's makruh. Now, let's say that now a woman comes and to see how a man is being washed, like say the sister, his sister, can she ask that she will be available or she will attend the ghusl while other men are washing him? No, it's not permissible because there is a potential of the aura to be exposed. I can tell you, by the way, from practice, that it is very often that by mistake something happens and then a portion of aura get exposed. Very likely. We must try to avoid it by to the best of our ability, but it's very likely that a mistake would happen. Okay, so let's get back to the ghusl. So we did clean the aura. We did clean. Let me just finish this, inshallah. And so we did apply the pressure. We did get this cleaned, and now we start with the wudu. And the wudu is just like a regular wudu, except for one thing. Where do you start your wudu with? What is the first part that you make wudu with? Your hands, exactly. So you do your hand, you do the two hands. Okay, so you do the two hands, and then what goes next? The mouth and the nose. So for the deceased, you should not do the madmada and istinshaq. Those two do not apply to the deceased. Why? Because as you are alive, you can always push the water out. But for the deceased, if it goes in, it may get out later, and then that would ruin the whole kafan, right? So the sunnah is to apply the wet fingers to clean the mouth, especially between the lips and the teeth, and to do the same with the nose, to clean it with your two wet fingers, if you can. And then you apply the water on the face, and of course you continue with all the wudu. Okay, so wudu is the very first thing that you do after you clean the private, private part. Yes, Habibi Abu Bakr.
I know what makruh is, but there are some brothers that don't know what makruh is. So what is makruh?
What is makruh?
Yes.
So makruh means it's not recommended. Makruh means it's not recommended. Yeah. So it is not recommended to have more people than what is needed to do the ghusl, unless it is being used to learn. If you want to teach people how to do it, like for example, I did offer, and I'm still offering, that if someone wants to do it in real life, probably what we can do is we can try to schedule, as we get janazah, we can schedule people, and then inshallah either myself or one of the leads will be there, and the person who wants to learn can inshallah be there to shadow for the first time, and then the second time the person can do it themselves. I did mention that we need some training before, and that's the training that we are doing. So inshallah, for those who would like to attend inshallah the hands-on, which is going to be only with the dummies, and then like to go with like a real life experience, I mean, always you are welcome. Inshallah, all you need to do is just to let us know. Barakallah fikum. Yes. So the question is, can the husband and his son and his two daughters wash the mother? Yes. So the problem, sister, is that there is a potential that the aura might be exposed, right? And the son for the son to see the aura of his mother, it is worse than a girl, even a foreign woman, to see the aura of a woman. So we always prefer that the woman will be will be in place. So, and it is enough for the husband and two girls, two of his daughters to do it. It's enough. You don't need more than 3, by the way, for any wash. So the presence of a man, even if he is mahram to all of them, is not needed, and we should avoid it. Does that mean it is like absolutely haram? I mean, if in case we need it, but the problem here is that the man or the person who is washing has to, use his hand, and there's a chance of exposing the aura. We should not let the son do this. Okay. Correct. Okay, so the great question. She was asking if the dirt is continuously getting out, so how many times would you do it? So you do it 3 times, and at the end, if it is still continuing, then you can use cotton to just add that between at the right place, so that even if something is going to go out, that there is something that would block it. Usually, they use something called tabban. I don't think we have tabban here, but tabban is close to. Let me show you this. I think this is a corner case. Jazakallah khair for raising it. Yeah, see those are ropes here. But tabban is very similar to this, but it's wider. So once you apply cotton at the private area, then you wrap the whole thing with something like this, but it is wider, so that it makes sure that the cotton will stay in its place and it will prevent anything from going out. Huh? I'm sorry, I didn't get. Diaper? We should not, it depends on what you mean by diaper. If it is just a piece of cloth that you call it diaper, then it's fine, but not the diaper that we have in the market. The problem with the diaper is that it contains multiple materials that is not cotton. And the sunnah is to use cotton in everything, in all the kafan. So when you do plastic things and whatnot, that's not good. Now, is that haram? Well, if we have a necessity, then perhaps we need to do it, but not really something that we start with, right? So for example, sometimes when you get someone who is wounded or who is deeply injured, it just continuously bleeds. So what do you do in this case? You use some cloth that you will wrap it up, and then you need something to just get the wrap, intact or firm. So if you must use some like a glue or tape for it, inshallah, or bandage, I mean, we need it, but if you can avoid it, then that's better, of course. In the place of aura? No, this for injured body that's injured. In the place of aura? No, it can be at the back of it, can be any part of the body. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you need to put some cotton, and then you need to wrap it up, so that it will not, even if it bleeds, it's not going to ruin the kafan.
Another question. Sometimes, like in the private part, even though we put cotton, that still is leaking, and we are afraid we'll mess up the shroud. It has happened in the past, so the only thing you could do is that you put diaper, because there's a plastic which holds it, and it is a mess up, especially if the body is going to be put in the freezer bag or the Janazah a little later.
So sister, once again, a necessity is necessity. But if we don't have to do it, we should avoid it. Yeah, Allah barak fikum. I mean, by the way, at the time of COVID, I mean, many Muslims were buried without ghusl. They were not allowed. And when we talked about it from an Islamic perspective, they said, okay, you can apply water on top of the body while the body is wrapped with the plastic and sealed. So the water is not touching the body, but that was the best we can do. Like, it's necessity, right? You just cannot avoid it. So if this is the case, then okay, khalas. What else can we do? But if we can avoid it by the sunnah, then we should apply the sunnah, inshallah. Okay, now we're done with the wudu, and then now we start with washing the right hand side of the body and then the left hand side. But before we do that, we wash the head. By the way, do you know how to do ghusl? Ghusl of Jum'ah, right? Whatever applies to ghusl Jum'ah applies to ghusl al-mayyit. It's called the ghusl al-shari. So let's see how we do ghusl Jum'ah. You first start with wudu, right? If you are not doing this today, please do it. Like next Friday, inshallah, the first thing you do in your ghusl is to make wudu. So you do your wudu, you do the hands, the madmada, istinshaq, the face, and everything. And then after that, you take, well, if you're using shower, be mindful of the amount of water that you use, because it's against the sunnah to use excessive amount of water. But anyways, you do, Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam has told us that you take thalatha hasiyat. So let's say this is the water. So you take this amount of water and you apply it to the head, and try to generalize it or apply it on all your head and hair. So this is one, and you do that for the second one, and then you do a third one, and then after that you start with washing the right hand sides of the body, and then you move to the left hand side of the body. So that's the sunnah of how you do your ghusl. However, what is the minimum that must happen so we say that we did ghusl to a mayyit? It's to apply water on every part of the body, even if it happens once. That's the minimum. But then what is the sunnah? The sunnah is to start with wudu, then do the head 3 times, then start with the right hand side and then the left hand side, and do the right hand side and left hand side how many times? 3 times or 5 times or 7 times as needed. Those are all sunnah, but the minimum again is to apply water on every single part of the body, even if it were once. Is that clear? This is very important. You know why? Because sometimes you probably don't have water, right? So people ask, so what should we do? Then at least make sure you have enough water to apply it to the entire body. And that's good enough, inshallah, at least to say that we did the minimum wajib. Huh?
Repeat it again, this is confusing. When you said you can, whole body must be washed at least one time, right? For the sunnah, I do my hair. So you do the wudu like usual.
Then we shower.
What's the question?
Can you repeat the whole thing? How do you
can
do
I
the
repeat?
wudu for
Okay.
Jummah?
So to repeat, sister, the minimum we should do so that we can claim that we have done ghusl is that the whole body should touch the water, or we should apply water on the entire body at least once. This is the minimum in order to say we did ghusl. But how do we do the ghusl properly according to the sunnah? Then that's when we have to explain and go into multiple steps. First step is to do wudu. Second step is to do the head for 3 times. And then third step is to do the ghusl on the right hand side and then the left hand side. And you do that 3 times or 5 times or 7 times as needed. Does that make it clear? Does that make it clear, sister? Yes. Okay. Yes, brother.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam.
Yeah, I was going with the understanding that when you do the ghusl, you start with your hand hands, like you making wudu, and then you wash your private part, and then wash your hands back
No,
again.
no. When you do your ghusl, for ghusl al-Jum'ah, the first thing you do is to clean the private area and clean what we call it in Arabic al-barajim. Al-barajim means any portion of the body where the skins are folding. So for example, on the armpit, if someone is having like multiple layers of so anything in between the skin. So those are the areas that needs to be cleaned first. And then you do the wudu, and then you do the head, and then you do the ghusl on the entire body, starting from the right-hand side. That's the sunnah of ghusl. We call this ghusl al-shar'i, which means a ghusl that is because of a shar'i reason, because of some reason that Islamically. It's not the ghusl that you do after making sport exercise. It's because of Salat al-Jum'ah, because of, say, Salat al-Eid, those kind of things. Yes?
Like when you say wash heads 3 times, so you think that washing hands with the shampoo as well?
No shampoo, no shampoo. Jazakallah khair. Now, okay, so here's the thing. Okay, barakallah. Good that you mentioned this. I haven't yet come to the sidr. So shampoo. Now, if you are asked, what is the minimum thing to do in ghusl? It's to apply pure water to the entire body. Unless you do so, it's no more considered ghusl. So say, for example, a person has water mixed with soap, and then using that to take a shower and not applying water, pure water at all. We say this is not counted. There has to be at least a minimum of 1 time pure water. Now, if you do that, if you do the pure water and apply it to, in the same order, then you are doing the sunnah first, and then you can apply the shampoo or the soap or the sidr or whatnot. That's fine. That's fine. After you do the entire body with pure water. Did I make it clear? No, I'm sorry. Sister, did I make it clear?
Yes, thank you. Basically, we are rinsing the body. We are not washing, we are rinsing. Like we put that water without the soap, then we go ahead and put the soap, then we wash it again, on and on.
No, I'm sorry. Sister, this was an important question. I just want to make sure we all understand it.
Just wash it with plain water, no soap yet.
So we must, at one point in time, we must apply pure water to the entire body. It's not enough to just do it with sidr all the time. We have to at least have once that we wash the entire body with water. And it's preferably the first time that we do it. So the wudu, the head and the entire body, do it at least the first time, do it with water, and then you can apply water and sidr for the second time, third time, and then the last time is where you apply the kafur. Okay, and then of course every time you wash the body, then the water has to be applied on every side. So on the front, on the back. By the way, when we do our ghusl, it's very easy to do it on the front, right? But how about you do the back? It's actually a little bit problematic, and that's why we need more than one person. So some person will have to do like this, and another person will be applying the water on that side, and similarly we do on this side, right? And those people who are doing this need to be the most expert in applying this so that the aura will not be exposed. Sister, I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead. Sister, washing the private area first and cleaning that is important before you do the wudu and before you do the ghusl. Once you start your wudu, applying water to the private area is necessary, but touching it, like I'm talking about a person doing it for Salatul Jummah, touching it will nullify your wudu. You see the point? Okay. So in other words, if you happen to touch it, whether accidentally or in purpose, then you need to finalize this with the wudu, because your ghusl is not going to be valid to be used to finalize on your wudu status. So if the question is, do I have to wash the private area in every ghusl? You don't have to wash it in a way that you apply your hand, but as far as applying water to it, then yes, you must, because every ghusl, in every ghusl, the water should be applied to the entire body, including the private area. But you can apply the water from a distance without touching the aura. Okay, so so with that said, so we did clean the stomach, the private area. We did the wudu. We did wash the head 3 times, and then we did the ghusl on the entire body, and we did it front and back, and then we do the same thing without wudu, without repeating wudu. You just need now to wash the entire body for the second time and for the third time. In those times, you apply the sidr, and sidr is again when you have like almost probably 1/3 or 1/4 of this quantity, and you pour it, and then you pour water. So now this, and if you apply pressured water, it creates a foam, and that foam, by the way, or that sidr has some particles that, like coarse particle that will stay in the water, but the foam itself will not have those coarse particles. So, from the sunnah is when you apply when you want to wash the head with that, then you apply the foam on anything that has, like on the head part, including the hair and the beard for the men. And we do so that these particles will not be very difficult to remove afterwards. But for the entire body, you can always use the water as is mixed with the sidr, and wash it until you do it all. Now, here's one thing. Can I apply sidr from the very first time? Yes, you can. However, you need to make sure that you apply water enough to remove all the remaining sidr so that the body will be washed by pure water at least once. You see the point? This is important. So if you are not applying pure water for the entire body, it's not considered ghusl. Enough? Good? I mean, is this clear? Am I making myself clear, or am I confusing you? I see you doing this when I say confusing you. So am I confusing you in reality? Fine. I know it's overwhelming with so many things, and I'm sure that there will be always questions and some confusing parts. So forgive me for if this is the case, and I'm fine. I'll be here with you, inshallah, until the end of it. So I will answer questions even when you do the hands-on, inshallah. Right. Now. Yeah.
So in that case, we don't have to put any soap on the body. If we're using that, do we use soap at all?
If we use that, we don't have to use soap. If we don't use it, we use soap. So the 2 soap types that were common in the time of Rasulullah ﷺ were sidr and ashnan. Both of them are coming from plants. Today we have soap, so that's fine, inshallah, if we use it. Now, very important, sometimes when, when the body moves, all of a sudden, while you're doing it, you, oh, astaghfirullah, is this a jinni or what? It happens all the time, by the way. Because when you first start working on the body washing, like you have, there's some rahba, like there's some, you know, it's really intimidating, like the way it works, especially now, especially if it is like the first time you do it. And anything that happens that is not expected, it just blows your mind. But here's the thing, you're doing it and you should be always remembering the reward from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Just imagine, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will forgive you 40 times. Wouldn't you do it, even if it looks intimidating? Of course you will. Okay, so one very important thing is in how we differentiate between men and women in ghusl. So, as far as the hair is concerned, the sunnah is actually to, you know, take the hair in its nature and then do 3 braids. And then let the braids go in the back, right? So one in the middle, right and left. So those, I mean, I know that some women may not have tall enough hair that you can do the braids, then do whatever you can, inshallah. But this is the sunnah. Does the same thing apply to men? No, it does not. So even if the men have long hair, we don't braid them, right? So we just let them go. Now, is it sunnah to comb the hair? No, it's not. Actually, we should avoid that, and the ulama have said that it is likely that if you comb the hair, that some hair will be, you know, taken out, right? And that is not permissible. We try not to get anything out of the body of the human. I was asked once about a lady or a man who have connected their hair with some artificial hair. And if it is an easy matter, like a clip that you just can take them away and put them aside, then do it. But if it requires you to cut, then leave it as is. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will deal with it. So you just leave it as is, you don't interfere with that. If it is difficult to remove those artificial hair that is connected to the hair. I'm sorry, what did you say? Huh? Yeah, so does that apply to the nails? If it is very easy to just take them out, if it is just a matter of doing this and it goes out, then do it. Otherwise, it's on their own. They did it, they will be facing Allah with it. We don't do nothing about it, sister. It's not us who should be doing this. It should have been the duty of the woman to do it. By the way, the nail polish will prevent water from going to the nail, and that means their wudu is, if they do wudu with the nail polish, it's invalid. It's nullified their wudu. So the woman, by the way, there are men who put nail polish. Did you know that? I'm sure you saw this. I mean, you cannot be a movie star without doing these. So let's accept the fact. So those nail polish will prevent the water from going through, and that means that the person cannot make wudu. And I don't know who would be happy to meet with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you know, not doing wudu and salah. But anyways, if it happens that the woman is having this, if her family, before bringing the dead body, are able to clean it, then let them do it. But we don't do it here, like you don't do it for a foreign woman.
But if they have it, and we said that we will not go, so what do we do? Just leave it and make a wudu, knowing that wudu is not really effective.
Yeah, we do our part. with the best of our ability. Anything else is just on them.
We have had the cases like that. They had nail polish and we ended up maybe 3 of the sisters ended up cleaning it before we made the wudu because we wanted to make sure that the wudu is effective.
Sister, if this is a matter of, okay, let's put it this way, sister, inshallah. Let's say that there is a sister who is doing this genuinely for like a sister's gathering where it is only for a temporary time, and then it just happened that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala took her soul in that event. Everything is Islamic, everything is fine, everything is permissible. Like putting nail polish for a temporary time for an event where she is not exposing that to men, it's halal, it's permissible. Like a woman can beautify herself in front of women, that's fine. But the problem is, if that is the case, then yes, we can help. I don't recommend that we do it here at the maghsala, that we ask the family to do it for that lady. So for example, her daughter, her sister, her beloved ones. I mean, of course, it will take time before the deceased will be arriving to the maghsala, right? So it's better that the family will do that before it happens. However, if just let's for the sake of argument that we have this case here, should we do it or should we not? If we strongly believe that this woman is known to have the khair, and inshallah she was just doing that temporarily, it's not that she is doing it in front of the men, it's not that she's doing it without doing, without doing the wudu properly, then yes, it's fine for us to do it, although we don't have to. We don't have to. So it's fine to do it, but we don't have to. I would say if you have enough time and if you have this good benefit of doubt, inshallah, do it. If it is an easy thing, inshallah, for you. I'm sorry, what is it?
Your own hair that was, put together was locked. It's your own hair that's grown out and then it's just kind of twisted very tightly so it's locked in place. It's very hard to open.
Yeah.
Do you cut it or do you leave it?
No, we don't cut any hair. And we don't cut the nail. We don't cut the mustache. Although some ulama have said we try to do this if it is like for example, if the mustache is too long or whatnot, there is an opinion, but wallahu alam, the most authentic opinion is that we just leave those as is, as they happen to be. So we don't cut, we don't take any part of the deceased out of it. And if it happens that part of the hair got out during the washing, we leave it with the deceased in the coffin. By the way, hopefully it doesn't happen here, but it happens in some other places where unfortunately some people take pieces of threads of hair and they apply black magic on it. So be careful of these. I mean, alhamdulillah, I don't believe that we have heard something like this in this area at least, but it happened. So if by mistake, accidentally, it happens that some hair got out from a man or from a woman, we leave it with the deceased in their coffin, and we just continue as usual. Okay, I know we have to break. I just want to finish this ghusl thing, and then so we can get the break, inshallah. Sister Zuhra, did I miss something? Okay, so let me just see here one. Okay, so what is not permissible during the ghusl is to expose the awrah, And if someone accidentally sees something that is not looking good, the person should keep it quiet. You, as a participant, cannot mention that to anyone, not even to the people around you. Like, let's say, I mean, it happens a lot. A person has شو الوشم بالعربي؟ No, you know, tattoos. So they have tattoos in areas where it shouldn't be. Well, actually, tattoos are not permissible to start with, regardless of where it applies. But sometimes the tattoo itself has something like very surprising, or it is being applied in a certain way. If someone sees something like this, you should keep quiet, make dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for the deceased, that Allah forgive them, and that's it, as if you have never saw it. Similarly, if you see, like sometimes, and it happened in many places, you know, people see, like one common story was, a woman was washing another woman, and she saw a very beautiful body and whatnot. So she was like, I'm sure this body has done zina before. And the sisters who were there, or the women who were there, have heard her saying this. So they told the Imam, if I'm not mistaken, Wallahu alam, it was Imam Malik, rahimahullah ta'ala. So the Imam, but I'm not sure about this, the Imam have actually said that there needs to be hadd al-qadhf. There need to be the punishment of al-qadhf when someone made a false accusation against a person that the person has committed fornication, then there is a big punishment about it. So even after death, this was applied. So a person should always clean their minds, clean their hearts against any of those whispers that may happen. Similarly, on the other hand, if you see something that is very good, like let's say, for example, you saw that the person looks in a very good state, with a nice and great lighting face, then that's something you could mention, especially about a person that you probably have a good relationship to. I think one of the people that at least I can mention here is when we did apply the ghusl for one of the brothers here. MashaAllah, we saw as if, subhanAllah, the person not only smiling, but you see like their face is as good as when they were in their life. And this person has passed away due to an accident. So if it is good, then you can mention it in terms of praising the man or the woman. But if there's anything controversial or anything that is bad, then you must keep it quiet and not mention it even to the people around you. Like, you cannot say, look, this is haram, absolutely haram. Okay? Let me just remember if there's anything else, and then we'll end with your question, inshallah. Whatever applies to ghusl and wudu also applies to the, in normal case, also applies to the deceased. So for example, you know, takhleel al-asabi' is to make sure that the water goes in between the fingers and the toes. So you need to do like this, right? So that the water goes into between the fingers as well as between the toes. I think those are the main things that we need to know about washing, inshallah. So I'll take this one question. We'll do 5 or 10 minutes, inshallah, break, and then we'll come back. So by the way, I'll take the question while we take the break. So 11:25, let's get back 11:35, inshallah. Yes, Habibi. It's 10 minutes, so no problem, inshallah. We'll meet exactly sharply at 11:35. Sister, do you have a question? If you have a question, stay here, inshallah. Yeah.
The sister had a jewelry such we are unable to take out, but we do plus the tubes when they come from the hospital. Sometimes if you cut them, you start getting more drainage and all that, so how do you handle those situations?
Can you explain to me with example what the jewelry that's sticking?
They are wearing bangles and they are unable to take it out, or nose ring or earrings.
I think in that case, we must talk to the people, to the family. They should be the one making the decision, because now the jewelry is part of the inheritance. And the family should be able to make the decision, not us. Do you see this happening frequently, sister?
Not a lot, but once in a while it has happened.
Yeah.
We just let it go.
No, it is not our decision. It should be the family decision, sister.
There, but if the family is not there, then what do we do?
I mean, yeah, this is a corner case, sister. I need to think more about it, inshallah. But the issue that I'm trying to explain is that any money, anything that is worth money, is now no more her money. It's now the money of the inheritors. And it should be the inheritor's decision to make it, not us. That's what I'm trying to explain. Now, if it is a corner case where the inheritors, none of them is there, none of the family members is there, and you must take an action, I need to think about it, sister. I don't have an answer for you. I never really thought about this situation.
I mean, it has happened that we were unable. I don't know how we managed, I forgot. But it could be that the bangles are tight and you're trying to remove.
Yeah, but the thing that we must be always sure about is that we cannot harm the body of the deceased, but we can always maybe cut that jewelry and just take the pieces. Because let's say this is a gold, right? I mean, if you cut the gold, it's going to decrease the value of it, but it has a value, right? Yeah. Wallahu alam, I think that this could be the the worst case scenario, that you may need to cut the gold itself, and but not to hurt the. Yeah, because that jewelry is actually of a value, and that value should go to the inheritors.
For example, the nose thing that they have it on nose, sometimes they're stuck. They've been wearing for a long time.
Okay, now this nose thing perhaps is a very little thing that probably no one is even going to go after it. But if we talk about like something that is of big value, then that's when it makes it difficult. Because here's the thing, sister. If we let it go, and it is something that is worth, say $2,000 US, those $2,000 US might be the thing that the orphans will need, right? Yeah.
How about the tubes? Medical illness, sometimes I've seen a lot of tubes. If we leave it, because sometimes we try to cut it and we make more boo-boo out of it and more mess.
So I probably am not able to imagine what type of tubes this one. Where are they connected to?
From the stomach, mostly from the stomach.
Yeah, because they feel like.
So if removing that completely will make things worse and will make liquid to discharge, then probably you can cut as far as that you can reach without causing this to happen.
We have done that, and then liquid start coming, then we had to seal it and tape it up. So
That's better. Yeah, that's better. I mean, if you are able to seal it afterwards with cotton or whatever, that's much better than keeping the equipment there. Yeah. Then you do your best, sister. Yeah, I know those are corner cases, and usually there's no a unique answer for corner cases. It all depends on your ability, the tools that you have, and how it looks. So I think you want to use your wise judgment on those occasions, inshallah. The guideline, though, on this is that we should try our best to avoid anything that is not part of the body in reality to go with the body. But at the same time, we need to make sure also that we are not getting the body in a shape where it gets the body in, it ruins like the coffin and the look afterwards. وإياك. So a little drops is fine. Even sometimes when you are in prayer, by the way, it's fine. But if it is like a good amount of blood, then we should. Yeah. Yes. I can't hear you, sister. Oh, okay. Is any kind of cancer is shaheed? Yeah, so the ulama, you know that cancer was not known in the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The ulama, when they talked about cancer, they actually, they had some, maybe more than one opinion about it, but one of the opinions that we feel very strong is that the reason that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam talked about a person who dies because of stomach disease, that will get the reward of a martyr, the reason he ﷺ said this, to the best of our understanding, is because how much of pain the person would have until the person dies, right? So the pain that comes of cancer, like I heard about the skin cancer, that it's extremely painful to the extent that many people just, lose their conscientiousness because of it. So they said if the idea is about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala being merciful of people, that they will not be exposed to a severe pain in this dunya and at the same time being punished in the hereafter, then of course the same thing should apply to a disease like a severe cancer that causes that type of pain. Wallahu alam. So, huh? Okay, but the thing here is that a disease that causes a pain that is similar or more than the pain that happens of a disease in the stomach. You see the point? Yeah. Allah Jazakallah khair. Yes, brother. Yes, Habibi. Sorry. Alaikum salam. My pleasure. My pleasure. My pleasure.
Things I wanted to talk to you.
Yes.
Is it?
MCC.
MashaAllah.
And I am the chair of the funeral committee.
MashaAllah.
My name
MashaAllah.
is Sayyid Hussain.
Ahlan, Sayyid Hussain. Barakallah
Mr.
fikum.
Hussain is a very good friend of mine for a long time.
MashaAllah.
And we have been trying to establish a Hussain facility at MCC.
Allahu Akbar.
With lots of struggle, finally the board and the trustees agreed to have one.
Alhamdulillah.
Now we will be proceeding to have a permit from the county,
MashaAllah.
state, and Asghar Hussain, hopefully he promised me that he will help me out.
MashaAllah. MashaAllah.
So we are going to do that, and once we establish, we would like you to come down and do the same.
My pleasure. My pleasure, Habib.
This is a pamphlet we had already made about people who come and ask questions last time. It has a lot of good information in it.
MashaAllah.
You may like to look at it.
Absolutely. Allah Jazakallah khair. So did you start the ghusl or a facility or not yet?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay. But this is just in preparation.
Our problem was that we had to have the approval of the board of MCC and then the trustee of MCC.
Yeah.
Who were, a couple of them were not sure whether we should have it
Yeah.
or not.
No.
Finally, we were able to convince them.
Alhamdulillah. And I'm so proud of Sheikh Muhammad Abdullahi. I love this person.
Yes.
I probably don't know these people, but when I saw this, I was like, Alhamdulillah. Do you have any of them here?
Hassan Idris is here, and it's me, and this is a person from Afghanistan.
MashaAllah.
Very nice family.
MashaAllah. And you have a sister as well. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
And they have been working for some time.
Alhamdulillah. You don't know how much you made me happy, wallahi, to hear this. Allah Jazakallah khair. Allah barak fikum. Habibi. I'll be more than happy anytime, inshallah, to come and visit you.
I'll be in touch with you.
Inshallah. Allah
Have
yazik
your
al khair.
telephone number I could
Yeah, of course. Shall I give you a missed call, or should I just... How about you, we add it here, and then I will give you a missed call. Yeah, go ahead. You have a question? Yes. What is it?
Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, we are facing a lot of challenges at work.
Yeah.
About this case of, for instance, we put somebody on a mechanical ventilation, like we intubate them, we put them on a ventilator to support their life. And later on in the course of them in there, we do.
Oh, great. So let me just give you a missed call now. And I'm very sorry. Go ahead, brother. Oh, yeah, Jazakallah.
For the istinja you were saying,
Yeah, yeah.
If you want to just reverse back.
Yeah.
And just tell everyone to come back and so you can start.
So, Barakallah fikum.
By the way, please read that pamphlet.
Yeah, I will,
and
inshallah.
see if you find anything wrong in it. Just let
Absolutely. You put it. We put it here, or yeah, here. Yeah. I want to make sure I have it. Habibi, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Take your time.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead with louder so people can hear you, inshallah. We're going to resume, inshallah. I'm just answering this question. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, sometimes to find out if the patient is alive or dead, we do what we call sometimes a brain flow to see if there are some activities. Sometimes nothing is in the head, but the heart is a bit. So the doctor ordered to extubate the patient, to remove the machine from the patient. So they consider the patient is dead, but still heartbeat. So sometimes when we remove the machine, sometimes they still fighting for their lives for a long time. They're suffering. Those cases, how we approach those cases? Me, sometimes I'm not comfortable in doing it. Sometimes I ask my colleague, could you do it for me? Because, or sometimes
to take off the equipment, yes, and then let the person die.
Yes, the patient die.
Yeah.
So how we approach those cases?
So I hope that inshallah I'll get the chance to talk about those corner issues, but this one actually has got the attention of many scholars and many Islamic fatwa organizations. The best I know is that if the person has gone through what we call it the brain stem being dead, if the brain stem is dead, and this is like known by the medical doctors, then even if the heart is moving because of the equipment, the person Islamically is dead as well. So we can remove it. If the brain stem is not, and the person, and by the way, they have their own way to do it. I think they apply light on the eyes, and they do the multiple things to know if the brain stem is dead or not. If the brain stem is not dead, and the equipments and the machines are facilitating breathing and blood circulation or whatnot, then we should maintain that. You see the point? So the criteria, brain stem, is it dead or not?
Already made their wishes, but nobody knows. And then when they come, they are intubated, and then later on, family members going to say, "Oh no, he or she wishes not to be on mechanical ventilation."
It's not up to us. We don't really decide for the deceased, for the person on should he continue his life or not. If he has life, we should do our best to maintain it. If the person has no life, then taking the equipment or keeping the equipment will not do any good. Will not do any difference, I'm sorry. You see the point? So if the brain stem is still alive, and the person may respond to certain tests that they do, then even if the family members said, oh, just take it away, and we have the ability to maintain it, maintain the life, we should not listen to that. Yeah, we should maintain the life. By the way, I know that the Jews have like a very similar ruling in their, like in their faith now, or at least how they practice it. And I do know that they have some a procedure that they use with hospitals on like how sometimes they maintain those equipments for a very, very long period of time. I don't know exactly what they have, but I heard that they are very strict on how they deal with the hospitals from a religious perspective. And usually this is taken care by the chaplain. Unfortunately, we don't have enough chaplains representing us at the hospitals for Muslims, which is something we need to all work about around, inshallah. Anyways, once again, brainstem is the criteria. طيب, did I finish everything here? Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Okay. Okay, so let's now move to making the kafan for the mayyit. And that kafan is another part where we need to do some preparation here. By the way, after we are done with the ghusl, we try to dry the body with some of these towels. So it makes it, inshallah, dry and ready for the kafan, inshallah. Can you help me take it away? Okay, so let me explain this one by one. I'm fine now, inshallah. I'm fine, jazakallah khair. So here is how we do the kafan. So let's assume now, so here in this facility, we have a bed for the washing, and then we have another one, which is actually the moving part, that we do it for shrouding, right? So the way it works is that for men, we have the 3 sheets like this. Which we actually put them just for you to have see how long and how big it is, right? So now when we have it on the bed, we let the 2 sides fall down, and we take almost a similar length from both sides, from the head and from the toe, and also from the right and from the left. So let's put it this way. Now, how many sheets we have so far? 1. For men, we do 3. For women, we do 2. Okay, for men, we do 3. For women, we do 2. Now, remember I told you about, Safir, do you know what the measurement looks like?
Assalamu alaikum. We have about 30 folks watching on YouTube from around the DMV area, so they can only hear us from the microphones. So for the average size I cut is about 2 yards, 72 inches wide. The fabric comes 108 inches tall, which would be 12/9, so it would be 9 feet. Your average brother, tall brother, would be around 6, it could accommodate, inshallah. And then we cut a little larger for what we call extra large sizes. And the sisters use about the same, approximately the same measurement.
Okay.
while the sheikh is... That's good. Yeah.
So by the way, when we finish the ghusl, it's sunnah to apply some fragrance on the deceased, especially on the place where goes on the sajda. So for example, the forehead, the nose, the hands, the toes. I mean, those are the places where you like to apply some hanut. Hanut is the oil, the fragrance oil, right? Okay. Now how to do the kafan? Okay, why did I put it here now? I want to wait. Please wait here. So we have the first sheet. Remember I told you about something called tajmir or bakhur? Remember that word? So those sheets, the sunnah is to get them already applied, with bakhur applied to them. And again, this is just a sunnah to make sure that we are giving them the best of the kafan. So the sunnah, as the Rasul ﷺ said, is to use white cotton. And he ﷺ said that the best of your clothing color is the white. So use it while alive and use it while dead. Right? So when the person, even in your life, like Jazallah here, this brother is wearing very nice white one. And this one brother, Jazallah here, I'm not. So shame on me. So anyways, this is white and this is cotton, and we assume that we have already applied the fragrance to it. And if we don't, or if we want, we can also add some tib to it, or some hanut, which is this. I know that not all of these are good, by the way. A side joke. Sometimes those that are very low price, their smell is worse than, astaghfirullah, anything. So don't use these. It's better not to use this than to just say, oh, I applied some attar. No, don't do it. If the attar is not really giving you something that you yourself love to go outside and meet with your beloved ones with, don't apply it. So it's not a matter of bringing something that looks like this and say, oh, I applied attar. No. The sunnah is to put the best to the deceased one, so that the look, the smell, everything is great and perfect, right? So I don't know about this. Let me see. Okay, better than most of the ones that I saw before. But again, do I use fragrance with alcohol? Well, there is a difference of opinion about using alcohol as a fragrance. So let's be on the safe side. Let's use oil instead of that, because some ulama have said it's not permissible. That's a difference of opinion. I don't follow that, but still, because I want to be as generic and as complimentary of others and accommodating to others as possible, so we use the oil. Now, many people, by the way, when they do the ghusl or the kafan, they play Quran. Is that permissible? No, not at all. Quran is not meant for that time. For that time, you can make dua. Like, for example, as you see anything, you say, Allahumma ghfir lahu warhamu. Oh, Allah, forgive them. Yes, you can always do that. During the ghusl, during the kafan, but not really to recite Quran, especially if someone plays Quran during the session. This is all not from the sunnah, right? So be careful about those things. Like many people, unfortunately, whatever comes to their mind, oh, Quran is great, let's do Quran. Oh, and then they keep adding innovation after innovation, and only to do it in a way that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not like. So you can apply some tib to the kafan, like some drops, and then add the other sheet. So here's the other sheet. Do we have janazah today, Brother Safir? We don't. Because if we do, we can apply some real life Salat al-Janazah on it. So now we're applying the second layer of the sheets here. And again, we apply the utr or the hanut. And now, so for men, we need to have how many? 3. For women, only 2. By the way, for men, it is 3 and that's it. That's it. For women, it is 2 plus 3 other pieces. So let's see those 3 other pieces. So let's say this is a woman. I know. Huh? I'm sorry? Cover the awra. Astaghfirullah al-azim. Well, the whole thing is awra for me. Yes, I'm sure I missed this part. Jazakallah khair. So by the way, yes, when we got the body from the ghusl station to the kafan station, the awra should continue to be covered, right? Okay, so now we have 3 more pieces here, only for women. Yes, Habibi.
Just based on the question, the statement you just made, you moved the body from the washing station to a different table. I don't remember you mentioning anything about drying the body.
Yeah, I just mentioned it, Habibi, lately.
Oh, okay, I was sleeping then.
You need
Sorry.
to dry the body, so no worries, inshallah. Okay, so the 3 parts for women, which only applies for women, is this piece here. It's called izar. And izar, by the way, what goes on the bottom side of the lower side of the woman, of any human. So that's how you put on the izar. Camera, look at me. So this is how you put on the izar. I know I will look very weird now, so please forgive me, because I will have to put the scarf, but it's fine, inshallah. So anyways, you don't have to, I'm too obese, so this one doesn't wrap all the way to the end, but assuming that it does. Okay, anyways, let's assume this is.
We have extra large sizes too.
Okay, let me get this done because I'm now nervous. Yeah, Sheikh? Okay, Jazakallah khair. So now this is called dira. This is called dira. And you see, this is just like a piece like this, and it is cut in the middle, so the head can go. Jazakallah khair. Now, I'm trying not to be funny, but yeah. So see now, this one covers the chest and the back, right? By the way, this is called dira. MashaAllah, you're super good, MashaAllah, very experienced. And you know what we call this? This is called khimar. This is called khimar. I know it, astaghfirullah, I'm not doing tashabbuh, but I'm just trying to explain. So the khimar is the scarf that the woman would put on the head. So it goes like this, and it goes like this. So you can put it on the, yeah. So you go this way. So now the head is covered, the chest and the back is covered, and also the lower part. Now, why is this needed for the woman? It's actually to make more a sitr, more of covering to the woman. And that is actually part of the Sharia. SubhanAllah, if you think about it more, like if the woman is required to put the hijab and cover everything while she is dead in the grave? What about when she is walking in the street in her life? You see, I want you to just imagine the etiquette and the essence in Islam about covering the lady and protecting her. That actually is very heart-touching for me. Subhanallah, in our today's time, it is considered to be stupidity or ancient belief that a woman will cover her body. Inna Allah wa inna ilayhi raji'un. Okay, so we'll apply this to the dummy
Can
here.
I ask a question?
Yes, go ahead.
So can the 3 pieces that you just demonstrated, can it be one piece and then with the himar?
So the sunnah is to do it this way. If it happens that you go less, then we should ask, what is the minimum? What is the minimum to do in the kafan? The minimum to do in the kafan is to cover the entire body with whatever is good enough. So if one sheet, like say this sheet is too thick, that by wrapping the body with it will cover the entire body, then from a Sharia perspective, this is enough. Not the sunnah. The sunnah is to go with those multiple sheets and to do all the other 3 parts as well. By the way, if you happen to hear, like to go into depth about the ruling between fuqaha, those 5 pieces for women are agreed upon by all the 4 schools of thought: Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi'i, and Hanbali. But there is another opinion of some ulama of the hadith who say that the kafan for a woman and for the men are the same. This is also a valid opinion. But wallahu ta'ala ala wa alam, the vast majority of the ulama have said that it is 5, and they have the hadith of Zainab alayha rahmatullah or radiyallahu anha, in which Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam was passing those pieces to the women as they were washing the body of Zainab. So let's just do it here with this little dummy. So this is the scarf. Okay, and this goes, like it covers the head, and it should also go on the neck on both sides. And then the dir'a. And then this one should be applied. I'm sorry? No, the order is not important here. Whatever is easy. And by the way, now this one will go on top of this until you make sure that it is covering the aura, and then you pull these after you cover, right? So when you do this, the aura is still covered, right? And now you start with doing those. Something that I forgot to do as those ropes. Actually, those ropes are supposed to be on the bed before we did apply the sheets, and I'll just show you how this works. So let's assume I have done it. It should go. Okay, and similarly, I think we will have 3 or 5. How many do we have here? 3. Okay, sometimes they put 5. It's fine. Either way is good, inshallah. So let's put it here. Okay, so now that we have all the 3 pieces on the woman, by the way, if it were a man, what you will have is only the 3 sheets here, and nothing nothing, like no extra piece, and this will continue to be here so that the aura is not exposed. Now we start folding the sheets. So how do we start? The first, in almost everything that we do, we should respect the right-hand side before the left-hand side. And where is the right-hand side of the deceased here? It is this side, right? So you want to pull this, this sheet and cover the right-hand shoulder first. So you cover the right-hand shoulder. And then you do the same from the other side. And now you cover the left-hand shoulder of the deceased, right? Yes, Habibi.
Can you explain that very well? You said roll the right hand first, then the left hand, right? No, the opposite.
No, I said, what I said, Habibi, is to pull this side, the left-hand side of the sheet, to cover the right shoulder first. So you do the right shoulder first. You cover the right shoulder, and then the left. And then you do the left shoulder.
Excuse me, but when you do from the right side, you are covering the right shoulder first.
No. Well, okay, it depends on how you define it, right? But the sunnah is to take the sheet from the left-hand side to cover the right-hand shoulder. That's how it is. That's how the sunnah is. So okay, if you want to remember it very well, what do you do in your salah? How do you put your hands? You put the left, and then you put the right. Listen, look here. This is my right, this is my left. You put the left and then the right on top of it, right? Same thing here. When we take the left first and then the right second. So we did this now with the first sheet, and now we do the second with this, the second sheet, the same thing. We start from the left side, covering the right shoulder, and this one goes like this. By the way, if someone forgets, if someone does mistake, if someone whatever, this is all fine. What we are talking now is the sunnah. The mandatory thing is to make sure that the body is covered completely with something that is not transparent. That's the mandatory part, right? So, and now you see those ropes here. So you held, you try to tie them after the head. After the head, you don't need to make it very tight, because at the end when you bury this body, you will take off this. You will untie them, okay? So we have one in the middle, and we have two on the side. So after the feet, like this.
Can we tie on the ankles?
Ankles means here?
Yeah.
I mean, the only reason we're tying is that while we are moving the body, the kafan will not be disturbed. So do it with what you think would last more. We try our best not to tie anything on the body itself, right? So if you can make this above the head and this below the feet, it's better. But if you have to do it before or after, it should be fine. And then there will be one here in the middle, so 3, right? So now with that, we have the body ready. Many people start to say things like Bismillah ala millati Rasulillah. The only Bismillah that you need to say is when you first start everything. You say Bismillah. At the beginning of the ghusl, you say Bismillah, and that's it. Ala millati Rasulillah, this is the thing that you say when you put this in the grave. We'll come to it inshallah when we do that side. But as far as like, are there some adhkar to be said during the ghusl or kafan? No, there isn't anything, except if you want to make dua for the deceased, right? So you say, Allahumma ghfir lahu, Allahumma arhamhu. You can keep doing that all the time. But there's no ayat to be recited. There's nothing like that. There's nothing like a dhikr or something that you do. We have heard that some families come with adhkar that they say, please read those during the ghusl. We should not do that. Unfortunately, sometimes they even come from a different sect, like Shia or others, and they have their own things. We should not obey that. This, the sunnah is just to do the work with Bismillah at the beginning, and just following the sunnah until this one goes to the prayer. Yes. Yes. For men? No, just 3 sheets, nothing else. Nothing else, Habibi. And by the way, for the men, you have the towel here to cover the awrah, right? So once you fold on the left and fold on the right, you pull the cover. Yes, sister?
Can you talk about the placement of the hands?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So some people think that the deceased should be laid down just like how they are praying. Some people think that it needs to be like this. And that's not sunnah. That's bid'ah, by the way. The sunnah is just to leave it as it is, like it's going on the ground. It's fine. Now, if you want to pull a little bit, I'm sorry, where's the right? Here. Okay. If you want to pull this a little bit up, so that when you lay the deceased in the grave, then the right way when the person is laid in the grave is to go like this. So on the right hand side and backing to the wall of the grave and facing the qibla. So if the hand is just behind astaghfirullah. If the hand is here, sometimes it makes it tricky. So if that could happen, but you don't have to. I mean, since at the time when we put this in the grave, I'm sorry, everything now is messed up, but when we put that in the grave, those will be untight, actually will be loose, like this. And we leave them, so it's easy to maneuver or move the hand a little bit so that the body can fit in the grave. Yes, Akhi. I think for women it's longer than for men. For men, I do believe it's an average of an hour and a half. Zuhra, what is it for women?
About an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Okay, so probably 2 hours, hour and a half to 2 hours, inshallah. Yeah, that's if we don't have difficulties, like especially when we have injuries or when we have corner cases of burning or a person cut into pieces. That makes things more time consuming. Yeah, so is it sunnah to use Zamzam water? There's nothing like that. And if someone says, I want to use Zamzam water, I mean, we just don't do it. It's not from the sunnah. I mean, by someone thinking that Zamzam water is going to do good to the deceased, actually that person is making innovation. So there will be a sin for it. This is a sinning act. We shouldn't do it. However, a person may genuinely say, I have a kafan that I wanted this, my father or whatever to be, to use. And this kafan, for example, has some meaning to the deceased. Rasul ﷺ has allowed this to happen. You know, there was this time when a Sahabi, when the Rasul ﷺ got a present, a gift from a Sahabi, and it was like something that goes on the top side. So it was the first thing that he ﷺ was able to get after not finding anything to wear except for the one thing, except for one cloth. So that was like the first time he would have something, an alternative to what he usually appears to the people with. So when he went to his Sahaba, one of them, all of them praised that, and they said, "Oh, how nice and beautiful you are, Ya Rasulullah." So there was one Sahabi who said, "Ya Rasulullah, can I have that? Can I have that for me?" And he ﷺ said, "Yeah, of course you can." So he took it off and he gave it to him. So, and he left ﷺ. So the Sahaba talked to him. They said, "Ya akhi, what did you do? This is the only thing that the Rasul ﷺ has that was given to him recently as a gift." And he said, "Wallahi, I know that, but I wanted this to be my kafan when I die." And so it did. The hadith is authentic. And he was buried with that kafan. So if there is something like that, I mean, there were many incidents in the time of Sahaba and Tabi'een where, for example, a Sahabi would say, "I made jihad fi sabilillah with this piece of cloth. I want this to be on me if I die at the time when I die." This is fine. But again, when the question is, what is the minimum we should do to make the kafan, is really to cover the body entirely with something that is not transparent. That's the minimum. So if this includes the 5 sheets or the 3 sheets with some other clothes that have some meaning to the deceased, it's fine. If, la samahallah, there is something like sihr, you know, sometimes people bring sihr and they say, "I want this to be with the deceased." Did you ever hear about this? Sihr, magic, black magic. Okay, by the way, alhamdulillah, we are so glad and we are so fortunate that we live in a place that people are, alhamdulillah, away from this. But if you go to some places in the world, I have seen it by my own eyes. They bring the black magic with the deceased to be buried with them. Ay wallah, ay wallah. And that black magic was not on the deceased ones. That black magic was on people who are relative to the deceased one. So we need to be careful about this. And by the way, people who would give you something to be buried with the person, they will not tell you this is a black magic. Of course they will not. They say this is something that is dear to his heart, please keep it with them. And unfortunately, it has something bad. Alhamdulillah, Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, for the vast majority of them, they don't do that, especially those who are educated with the Sunnah. But it happens, and you never know what you will expect. So be careful. For us as an organization that is serving a diverse community, and we cannot just question and challenge people as they ask us. So we have reached to a decision, a policy that says, if you want to use our service, then we will be the one putting the kafan the way that we do it. You have no say on what kafan to choose and what not. I'm not saying this to say it is haram. I'm just saying this so that at least we can serve the community in an unbiased way, in a way that is very transparent and that can apply to anyone without distinction, inshallah. Yes, Safia.
Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. We have a few folks, actually about 18 people watching on YouTube. And one sister asked, is it allowed to stop family members from crying gently or kissing on the cheek to say goodbye while doing ghusl? That's part one. And the second question was, are sisters allowed to attend the Janazah Salat? Two questions. So.
Yeah. So I have them in to cover. By the way, we're not doing very well in that time, and this is usual. This is me, unfortunately. Allah yahdini ya Rab. Okay, let me answer very quickly. We talked yesterday about niyaha. Anyone remembers what niyaha means? Is to cry out loud, right? Or to do things that are not permissible, like hitting the face like this with the crying, like maybe, or for example, pulling the shirt and cutting that. All these are part of what we call it niyaha and shaq al-jayb. All those are haram. Now, if a person is just crying, Rasul ﷺ himself cried. Like when his son Ibrahim passed away, he ﷺ said, إِنَّ الْعَيْنَ لَتَدْمَعْ وَإِنَّ الْقَلْبَ لَيَحْزَنْ وَمَا نَقُولُ إِلَّا مَا يُرْضِي رَبَّنَا وَإِنَّ عَلَيْكَ يَا إِبْرَاهِيمُ لَمَحْزُونُونَ. That verily my heart is saddened. Verily my eyes are tearing. But I will never say anything that except what pleases Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And definitely, verily, we are saddened for the loss of you, O Ibrahim. So the fact that there are people crying, it's fine. The problem is when this cry becomes exaggerated in a way that it becomes loud, and then people start to do things or say things that are not Islamically acceptable. Sisters attending Janazah. So I wanted to cover this. Sister Zuhra and the brothers here, the leads here, you want to give me some time after Salah immediately, or maybe we can postpone Salat for maybe 10 minutes so I can cover this. Which one is better? Postpone? Anyone is in a rush that he or she should go to a house and needs to pray now? Are you all fine? Khalas, alhamdulillah, jazakumullah khair. So that gives me a bit of a relief. So let's try our best to conclude in like 15 minutes, and then we'll give you 10 minutes to do your wudu and whatnot, and then we will be doing our prayer. So now I'll then cover the janazah. So let me just finish a few things here. I'm sorry? Is it allowed for the forehead to what?
To kiss the forehead.
Is it allowed to kiss the forehead of the deceased? As I said, it is permissible to kiss the ones that it is permissible to do while they are alive. So a father can kiss the forehead of his daughter, of his son. Similarly, the mother can do the same for her children, regardless of their gender. Or I can do it for my beloved male friend. You can do it for your beloved female friend. That's fine, inshallah. So the kiss that is permissible while they are alive is still permissible when they are dead. And that happened to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Abu Bakr as-Siddiq radiallahu anhu went to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam before he was buried. He uncovered his face, he kissed him, and he said, "Tibta hayyan wa mayyitan." That he said, "What a beautiful face of you, Ya Rasulullah, whether you were alive or after death." Okay.
Someone asked about reciting Shahada while putting the body in the grave on the note card.
Reciting Shahada while?
Body in the grave. It's on the note card.
Oh, actually, okay. Let me just read something here. Okay. So I think we did the kafan part, and alhamdulillah we did the ghusl part. So what we have now is the janazah. and following the janazah and then the burial. And I know I am very behind. Is it permissible to recite the shahada while taking to the janazah to the grave? So let me come to that, inshallah, when I took, after I do the janazah. So now the body is ready. Usually we give enough time between the ghusl and Salatul Dhuhr, if it is like before Salatul Dhuhr, for some family members and beloved ones to come and just say, have a final look at the deceased. It's fine, inshallah, but we have to try our best to educate and raise the awareness of the people that it is not permissible to do niyaha, which is to cry out loud or do anything that is not Islamic. Now we take the janazah to the place for Salat al-Janazah, right? We take the deceased. Now we need to know that the sunnah is to haste to do the Salat al-Janazah and bury them as soon as possible, right? Sometimes it's not easy for us because the cemetery is not yet ready, or for whatever transportation issues, but whatever is in our capacity, we need to do it. Now, we prayed Salatul Dhuhr, the Janazah, alhamdulillah, the ghusl was done, the kafan was done. They bring now the deceased to the Salat al-Janazah. In Salat al-Janazah, and I think most of you, alhamdulillah, have done this many times. Okay, so let's say this is the person that we want to pray. So is this woman now or man? Woman. Okay, so for the imam, turn around is fine. Head to the right. Okay, that's true. Yes. That's it. No, but streaming. But can we? Because we will not. Okay. Anyways, yes, sister. I'm sorry, I missed you.
I missed the part where you explained that a lot of people bring their own coffin, like tent and shirt.
Yeah. So for us, barakallah fiki, just so that we avoid any chance of people trying to make an Islamic thing, we should have a policy. And the policy I'm pushing here is that we should tell people at the time when they use our facility that we have a certain procedure that we follow with everyone. And it is part of the sunnah. If they don't want to adhere to that policy, then we excuse ourselves. Yeah. Like something that.
If the sheet is stitched with something is stitched like.
Yeah, but what I said, our policy is to tell people we will be using this, nothing else. Now, if they are doing it, let's say that we allow it, is it permissible to add something that has stitching in it? Yes, it's fine. I mean, there isn't anything that says we cannot use stitches. But the thing here that we need to be aware of is that it is better to use loose things and to use white cotton, right? But having some, like if there is some stitches here or in any of the things that, like the khimar and whatnot, it's fine, inshallah. Okay, so now we have the janazah. So we place the janazah in front of the imam. Many people say you have to have odd number of rows. This has no sunnah in it. This is mentioned in some of the madahib, but there's nothing really special about it. So we stand in the janazah prayer just like how we stand in any other prayer, except for the fact that because we don't have to make sujood or ruku', so it's permissible, it's fine for us if we get closer to each other, like the rows are almost close to each other. Especially if we have like a lot of people, then it's fine, inshallah. But the thing here, there isn't anything special about how we do the number of lines and how we put people. This is all not supported by the sunnah. Now, we're done with our mandatory prayer. We have multiple people to be who are deceased. So we have the head on the right-hand side of the imam who is leading the prayer. And if we have multiple people, then we first, the closest one to the imam would be the men, and then the women. So the male and then the female. The imam should be standing in the middle side if it is woman, and at the front side, like at the head side, if it is men. And if there are multiple people, then let's say this is the first one, this is the man. It will be placed where the imam will be just at the head side, and the woman will be pushed to the right, so her middle side will be adjacent to the head side of the men, right? So we make one prayer for a group of people. Sometimes people think that it has to be multiple prayers. That's not true. And some people say, like, how do we stack them? Should we stack them up, or should we just go? Actually, they should be adjacent to each other. Okay? Now, at the time when we do the janazah, so this is a woman. Let's say we only have a woman. So we start the prayer just like how we do any prayer. There's no ruku', no sujood. So you say, Allahu Akbar, takbir. And the first thing that you do is Surah Al-Fatiha. Is there dua of istiftah al-salah? Not for the not for the salat al-janazah. You know what? When we say Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdik tabarak ismuk ta'ala jadduk wa la ilaha ghayruk, or Allahumma ba'id bayni wa bayna khataaya kama ba'adta bayna al-mashriq wal maghrib, those are for the regular prayers, but not for the janazah. However, if someone says that, it's fine. It's fine. It doesn't nullify your prayer. So Allahu Akbar, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Maliki yawmiddin, Iyaka na'budu wa Iyaka nasta'een, Ihdina as-Sirata al-Mustaqim, Sirata alladhina an'amta alayhim, ghayr al-maghdubi alayhim, wal-dallin, Ameen. And then Allahu Akbar. And by the way, you raise your hands with every takbirah, except the Maliki madhab. In the Maliki madhab, you don't raise your hands. You just say Allahu Akbar. But the vast majority of ulama have said you raise your hands, and that's what we get from one explicit, authentic hadith. So anyways, so you're done with Surah Fatiha, Allahu Akbar, and then you say, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad, kama sallayta ala Ibrahim wa ala ali Ibrahim, innaka hamidun majid. اللهم بارك على محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم إنك حميد مجيد. And then Allahu Akbar. And then now you do the dua for the deceased. So you say, there are some dua that we have, that the Sahaba have told us about Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam doing them, but it's open, like you can do any dua. So among what he sallallahu used to say, Allahumma ghfir li hayyina wa mayyitina wa shahidina wa ghaibina wa saghirina wa kabirina wa dhakarina wa unthana. Allahumma ghfir lahu if it is a man. Allahumma ghfir lahu warhamhu if it is a woman. Allahumma ghfir laha warhamha. Allahumma ghsilha bil ma'i wal thalji wal barad wa naqiha min al-dhunubi wal khataya kama yunaqqa ath-thawb al-abyad min ad-danas. Allahumma abdilha daran khayran min dariha wa ahlan khayran min ahliha. And then he sallallahu also used to say, Allahumma irfa' darajatahu fil mahdiyyin wa akhlufhu fi aqibi fil ghabirin wa ighfir lana wa lahu ajma'in. So those are among the dua that were cited or referenced from Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But you can do more dua or less dua or different dua. It's fine, inshallah. Once this is done, then you do Allahu Akbar for the fourth time, right? So the first time, and then Fatiha, second time, and then Tashahhud, third time, then Dua, then fourth time, Allahu Akbar, and then you say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah to the right hand side. In the Shafi'i madhab, you do it on the right and the left. In the other madhab, at least in the Hanbali madhab, it is only to the right. So whether you do it twice, both sides, or you do it only on the right hand side, inshallah, they are all fine. However, it is better to follow your imam. So if the imam is doing it with one salam, do it one salam. If the imam is doing it with two, then do it with two, inshallah. Because the Rasul has said, إِنَّمَا جُعِلَ الْإِمَامُ لِيُؤْتَمَّ بِهِ, that verily the imam is being assigned so that people will follow the imam. Okay, now we're done with that janazah. Okay, what if someone forgets like how many takbirah they did? Huh? Is there like a sujood sahu? There's no sujood sahu on this. So you do whatever you remember. If you say, for example, did I make salat al-tashahhud? Did I make tashahhud on Prophet Muhammad? If you think you did not do it again. And then do the dua once again, and then make the salam, and you will be done. People take the deceased after that, and as you can see them, they would rush to be part of those who are carrying the deceased. And why this happens is because there is a reward, a special reward for doing so. And Rasul sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, the Rasul ﷺ has said that whoever carries the janazah until it is prayed upon and then leave, and so you participate in the janazah by pulling the deceased until the prayer and then do the prayer, then you will get a reward equivalent to the mountain of Uhud, qirat. But if you follow the janazah all the way to the cemetery until it is buried, then you get 2 qirat, meaning the amount of reward that can fill up 2 mountains of Uhud. By the way, we did go to the Umrah with the PGMA, and we saw the Jabal Uhud, mashallah. It's a huge one, and there are plenty of ahadith about Jabal Uhud and how the virtue of that mountain, and how Rasul ﷺ used to love it. And one of the sisters, Jazallah Khair, a revert sister, she, like when we came back to go on the bus for a different destination, she was by herself. So we went to check where she is, and she was trying to get closer to the mountain. SubhanAllah, for me, it was a crying moment, because I have seen mountain of Uhud plenty of times, and it became just, okay, it's a mountain. But for this lady, mashallah, that she was a revert, and for the first time in her life to see the mountain of Uhud, on which Rasulullah has said, Jabalu Uhudin nuhibbuhu wa yuhibbuna, that the mountain of Uhud, we love it and it loves us. And he also said various different hadith. So that was for her something very unique, and that made her try to go and climb the mountains. So I think we probably should conclude here. I want to give you, inshallah, 5 minutes to 7 minutes, so that you can make wudu if you want, or refresh your wudu. So now it is 12:33. At 12:40, inshallah, we will be making iqamah. Jazakumullah khair. And then once we are done with salah, I will just talk about how to put the burial, and then we will immediately go for the hands-on training, inshallah. Jazakumullah khair. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdik.
Inshallah, sisters will be coming back here to pray in this hall, so just come on right back. You may put your chairs in the corner, inshallah. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Yes.
Allahu Akbar.
Yeah, I need more time to do
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله أشهد أن محمدًا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح حي على الفلاح الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله.
Straight in your line. يا رب. الله أكبر. الله سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله سمع الله لمن حمده. الله الله أكبر. الله. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Just to set the expectation right, so it's 12:52. We will be praying Sunnah, and then inshallah I will continue with the burial ahkam, and then also following the Janazah. And the plan is to finish before 1:30, and then by 1:30 inshallah we will be done with the lecturing part. Those of you who have signed up to do the hands-on, inshallah, will start at 1:30 bi'idhnillah. So, but that will take care, will be taken, or will be done, inshallah, in some of the classrooms. But inshallah, for everyone, please stay with us until 1:30, inshallah. Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. So I had a question, is it permissible to recite the Shahada? No, I did answer this. There was another question about are women allowed to pray Salat al-Janazah? I think that was the question, and the answer is absolutely yes. So the women are of no difference from the men when it comes to praying Salat al-Janazah. So they both pray Salat al-Janazah. There isn't any difference. Now, what happens next to Salat al-Janazah is that we call it اتباع al-Janazah, or like تشييع الميت. تشييع الميت is to follow the deceased to the grave. Now, that portion, like, is it permissible for men and women to follow the janazah all the way until it is buried? The ulama have difference of opinion about this, and actually the difference of opinion is a bit challenging here, because some of the ulama have said it is recommended, and some ulama said it is not permissible, and others said it is like some recommended, some not recommended, and some said it is not permissible. Atiyya radiallahu anha used to say, nuhina an itiba' al-janaiz walam yu'zam aw yu'azzam alayna. That she said that we were forbidden or we were asked not to follow the janazah to the graveyard, but it was not on a strict haram fashion, meaning that as if she is saying that it is not recommended, but it was not like a major sin or a sin to do it. However, that is about like following the janazah. At the time when the janazah reaches the cemetery, then the woman cannot get inside the cemetery. This is the vast majority of the ulama opinion. And the reason for this is that Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam has said, لَعَنَ اللَّهُ زَوَّارَاتِ الْقُبُورِ. May Allah curse the women who frequently visit the graves. Now, the ulama have a bit of difference of opinion there, but by saying, but this hadith is talking about zawarat and not zairat. Zawarat means those who frequently go to the grave, whereas zairat means the ones who probably occasionally may visit. And they also have said that Rasulullah has said in another hadith, كنت قد نهيتكم عن زيارة القبور ألا فزوروها. That he said to the public that in the past I used to forbid you from going to or visiting the graves, but now it is permissible. So go and visit the graves. فإنها تذكر بالآخرة, because it reminds you with the hereafter. So the ulama, the other side of the ulama, have said this is a generic hadith. Why should we say this applies to men and not to women? And a third thing, they said that Rasulullah in one hadith, he was passing by a lady in front of her son's grave, and she was crying big time. So he asked her not to cry out loud and to be patient. And you know the hadith, I mentioned that yesterday. This lady did not answer Rasulullah, and she said, you didn't get the same calamity or the same loss as I did. So she did not listen, so he left her. The ulama have said, or some of the ulama have said, that if Rasulullah only condemned her for crying out loud, and he did not say you cannot stay next to the grave, then it means that he didn't find a problem with that. And we know from Sharia that he ﷺ would never see something wrong and just keep quiet about it. But still, the other ahadith and that says that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala curses the women who frequently visit the grave has made most of the scholars to say that visiting the graves for the woman is not permissible. If she passes by the cemetery from a distance, she would say the dua, Assalamu alaikum ahla diyari min al-mu'mineen, antum as-sabiqun wa inna insha'Allahu bikum lahiqun, nas'alullaha lana wa lakum al-afiyah. This is fine. This is the dua that both men and women would say when they approach a cemetery. But for them to get inside, this is actually by the vast majority of ulama is not permissible. That's what we follow here. And actually, when I see a lady in a cemetery, I always tell them this is not the right thing to do. I gently ask them to, leave the grave and just be on the side. Sometimes they listen, sometimes they don't. I mean, we don't have any power here except to just remind people. So be aware, inshallah, that there is some, I mean, I'm mentioning this to just be transparent with you, that there are some ulama who said it is fine, it's permissible, as long as the woman is not doing anything that is wrong. Like, for example, weeping or crying out loud, that's their condition. But those ulama are minorities, and the vast majority of ulama have said it is not permissible. So that's important. As we walk with the janazah, what is the sunnah? Like, say, for example, we have the janazah here, we're trying to take it. Let's assume, just for the sake of argument, let's assume that down the road there is a cemetery there, Muslim cemetery. Like, we can have a walking distance to it, and there's a way that we can walk all together to that place. What is this? Like, how do we do this? Like, what is the sunnah of carrying the deceased and taking them to the to the cemetery or to the grave? The sunnah is that if you are walking, you can go in front or in the back, to the right or to the left, it doesn't matter. But of course, it's better to be behind. If you are driving, or like if you are riding something on a camel, on a horse, or if you are driving your car, then you must be behind. You see the point? So if we are going after, because we don't have a janazah here, we have to take them with the car, right? So as we take the funeral with the car, if we are following that, we should be behind the car, not ahead of it, right? From among the innovations that people do is to raise their voice with adhkar, like Allahu Akbar, Bismillah. Oh, this is all nonsense. This is all not from the Sunnah. I mean, again, people get so excited, so emotional about this, and they think if they say anything, it would become good. That's not true. Unless we do it according to the Sunnah, then this is not the right thing. I always, to be honest with you, I always find it very difficult when I go to janazah and bury people, because you get people coming from all over, and each one has their own way of doing things. Like, you would see someone, oh, please, everyone, let's recite Surah Yasin now. Well, reciting Surah Yasin is not after death. Reciting Surah Yasin is at the time when death is happening, when people are dying. Yes, there is a hadith about that. Not all the ulama agreed on its authenticity, but still, at least there is a hadith. But then after the death, there's nothing like recite Surah Yasin. There's nothing like recite any surah, right? So what people do, unfortunately, and everyone is like, please, let's do this. And subhanAllah, their voice become very loud, and they will be screaming. You know that the mayyit, the deceased, if they were able to speak something, they would say, please stay away from me. Because this is not the time that we're not helping them. If you really care about the deceased, take this opportunity to make dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for them. This is the most important time for them to take a sincere dua and be looked at with the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Okay, كان أصحاب النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم يكرهون رفع الصوت عند الجنائز. So the companions of Prophet Muhammad صلى الله عليه وسلم used to hate raising their voices at loud at the time of janazah. Okay, now we did mention about standing up for the janazah, whether this is this is good or not. So standing up for the janazah is in two ways. One is you are sitting or you are in a certain place and the janazah passes by you. Like let's say for example we're taking the janazah from here to down the road to a Muslim cemetery, and then there are people who are sitting in the middle. Standing up at the time when they see janazah is one example. The other example or the other scenario is for those people who are following the janazah, can they sit down before burial or should they keep standing until the burial is over? So for both of these there are ahadith, and those ahadith the ulama have difference of opinion about their authenticity, but wallahu ta'ala ala wa alam, they are all in Sahih Muslim, and Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam was standing or he stood up for a janazah that passed by him, and actually the deceased was a Jew, and he sallallahu alaihi wasallam still stood up and he said, "Alaysat nafsan manfusa?" Isn't that a soul? Some ulama, including Sheikh al-Albani rahmatullah alayh, has said that this hadith, although it is authentic, but there is another hadith that came after that cancelled it. We call it nasakh in Sharia. But not all the ulama have agreed with that. So some ulama said you don't stand up, and some other ulama said you do stand up. The reason for this is that there is a bit of conflict in the wording between the hadith, that some of the ulama have managed to reconcile them, and some other ulama have said no, the last one should cancel the first one. The vast majority of ulama have reconciled both to say that the hadith that came after to say that the Prophet wouldn't stand up, only to mean that it is not mandatory. Like sometimes he would stand up and sometimes he would not. And that actually a great reconciliation between the two hadith. So the hadith in Sahih Muslim says that he would stand up, another hadith says he wouldn't. So the way they reconcile those two hadith is by saying that it means that it is not mandatory, so it's optional, but it is better to stand, and if you don't, you're not sinning. Does that make sense now? Okay, if you hear this and if you hear someone saying, well, Sheikh al-Albani said so, we totally respect Sheikh al-Albani, one of the greatest scholars of hadith, but it's still the science of fiqh and how ulama have reconciled the hadith is another subject, and it's fine if someone follows this or follows that. I mean, both are coming from a hadith, but because we try all the time to adhere to the four Islamic school of thoughts, Hanafi, Maliki, Shafi, and Hanbali, we try to come up with the opinion that the vast majority of ulama have followed. And that's why we say it's for us, inshallah, standing up is actually fine, whether if the janazah is passing by you, or if it is that you are participating in this move until the janazah is buried. Okay. Now, no, not yet. Let me just finish so that I make sure that, alhamdulillah, we're done. because otherwise it will be hurting me that I could not finish, and I will always blame myself that I'm not a good teacher. So here's one hadith that I want you to think about very carefully. Zayd ibn Khalid al-Juhani radiallahu anhu said that one man from the companions of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam passed away on the day of Khaybar. So that was mentioned to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So he sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, go and pray Janazah for your friend. So the faces have turned red on the Sahaba, because like, okay, well, we thought that you will become to lead the prayer. Like, why are you asking us to do it when we are telling you so that you can lead the prayer? So he ﷺ said, Inna sahibakum ghalla fi sabilillah. So he said ﷺ that this man has taken money after the battle of Khaybar that is not permissible for him. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told him this through the angel. So they said, فَفَتَّشْنَا مَتَاعَهُ فَوَجَدْنَا خَرَزًا مِنْ خَرَزِ يَهُودٍ لَا يُسَاوِي دِرْهَمَيْنِ. So we went to see his, his clothing and, his like bags or whatnot. And they found like little jewelry that was less in value than 2 dirham. Like nothing. But because he did it without the right, Islamic right, Rasulullah refused to pray Salat al-Janazah for him. Although he allowed it for others to do, but he didn't do it, sallallahu alayhi wasallam. So let's just ponder about this for a moment. How many of us have taken money from others when it is not permissible to us? I give you just one. I mean, sometimes we say, no, Allah, alhamdulillah, I'm always doing halal. I can give you just very simple thing. Like, you are an employee, and your employer told you, you must be reporting to work at 9 o'clock and stay until 5. How many of us go to work on time? Like, many of us go maybe 9:05 or 9:10, right? So what happens to this 10 minutes? If we take our salary in full, when we are not committing ourselves to the expectation, then we are taking a haram money. Many people don't even recognize this. Similarly, when we like trade with things and we don't explain clearly and explicitly the issues or the problems that in the goods that we are selling. Like, mashallah, in America, we are the best in advertisement, right? I mean, no country can compete with America in this. We have the best strategies in doing marketing. And we make things that are of no value to look or to appear as if they can change the entire world, right? It's a game changer. I still remember they made this, someone was trying to advertise for a shaving machine. And he was like, he started his video by saying, the internet has changed the entire world. And then he talked about cars and wheels and whatnot. And then he was like, and now it is the time for this shaving machine. What? I mean, if you watch the advertisement, it makes you feel like, wow, subhanallah, it's the biggest innovation in the entire century. When it is nothing. Like, how many times we did something, maybe not to that exaggeration, but how many times that we fooled our customers by saying, okay, this will help you to do this, or made an advertisement for something when it is defective or it has limitations that we are not explicitly saying, or all that. Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam has said, البيعان بالخيار البيعان بالخيار ما لم يتفرقا فإنهما صدقا وبينا بورك لهما في بيعهما وإنهما كتما وكذبا محقت بركة بيعهما. He said that the two individuals trading will have the option to cancel the trade while they are still in the same gathering. And then he said, if the two individuals, the buyer and the seller, if the two individuals or the two parties have been explicit about things and they were so honest in their sale, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will put the barakah in it. But if they try to hide things or try to lie in how they advertise for things, then there will be no barakah in what they do. And guess how many times we have no barakah in many of the things that we buy. So what I'm trying to say is that Rasulullah ﷺ did not want to pray Salat al-Janazah for a person who took 2 dirham. Like 2 dirham is nothing. Can you imagine? 2 dirham now is almost perhaps 25 grams of silver, each one. So 50 grams of silver. What is this? Nothing. Silver is very cheap now, like iron. Almost like 50 grams of silver. Is it worth someone to take it without right so that, wal'iyadu billah, they have this punishment? But Islam is so strict about those. Okay, now let me just conclude with last reminders, inshallah. So we have Salat al-Janazah when the person is available. What if the person is not available? We call it Salat al-Ghaib, the absentee Salah. You know, this Salat al-Ghaib has a wide difference in opinion between scholars. So Rasulullah ﷺ, in one single hadith, in his whole lifetime, prayed Salat al-Ghaib on whom? An-Najashi. He ﷺ, when he heard the message or the news, he said, قوموا للصلاة فقد مات أخوكم أصحمة. His name was Ashama. Is anyone here from Ethiopia? What is Ashama? Is it a name, or is it still a name used in your side? Huh? Okay. Ashama. Yeah, the Najashi at the time of Rasulullah ﷺ, his name was Ashama. That's at least how he ﷺ referenced his name. So I wanted to know if it is still a common name or not. But anyways, so he said, stand up to do this janazah prayer for your brother Ashama has just passed away. So Ashama was the king of Abyssinia at the time, and he was the one who embraced Islam when the immigrants, the first Sahaba immigrants, went to Abyssinia. Now, not in his whole life, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that he prayed Salat al-Janazah on anyone else, even though there were other Sahaba who passed away from Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Like whom? Like Ja'far ibn Abi Talib. Ja'far ibn Abi Talib was his cousin, one of the best people to him, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He passed away far, and he sallallahu alaihi wasallam didn't do the absentee or Salat al-Ghaib Janazah. So the ulama have 3 opinions. One opinion that says anyone who passed away far from you and you could not reach him, do Salat al-Janazah. And this is known in the Shafi'i madhab. There's another opinion that says you cannot do Salat al-Ghaib whatsoever, because he ﷺ only did it for Najashi and it was a special occasion. And he ﷺ meant it for another reason. And this is what is known in the Hanafi madhab. There's a third opinion in the Maliki madhab, where they say if the person has not been prayed upon anywhere else, then there need to be some janazah prayer. Like say for example, someone was in a ship and it just drowned and he passed away. Who is going to do Salat al-Janazah on him? He's in the ocean. So it is at that point in time, you do it. In the Hanbali madhab, they agree with the Maliki, but they add another condition where they say, if the person is known for his or her great contribution to the Muslim communities, then we do it. Like for example, if one great scholar has passed away, then people will pray Salat al-Janazah in front of him and in their absentee. What do we follow here? We actually follow the opinion of Imam Malik rahimahullah ta'ala, because that was the closest to the hadith in combining all these together. There's no way, if we want to do Salat al-Ghaib for everyone who passed away, then we will never stop praying Salat al-Ghaib. Like everyone will come, oh, my aunt has passed away yesterday. My father has passed away. Okay, well, we will never end, right? And if we want to allow it for some and not for others, then this is discrimination, and it's just to win things. I still remember I was the imam in Ottawa for the Ottawa main mosque, and at the time there was the president of one Muslim country has passed away without mentioning the name. So they asked me, could you please lead the Janazah prayer on her behalf? And I was like, no, I will not do it. First, she is not Sunni, she was Shia. And second, this is an absentee prayer, and there are many people there who would pray Janazah if she was Muslim in the first place. And so that caused a backfire on me. But the problem here is that it becomes more political. Like people will say, and you know when Hafez al-Assad, the president of Syria, also passed away, they asked me to make Janazah prayer, and I was like, astaghfirullah al-azim. We were praying that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will take his soul out. You want me to pray Janazah now for him? Astaghfirullah. A'udhu billah. It's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and yujazi bima yastahaq. So what I'm trying to say is that most of the time people abuse this. And if we just follow that Shafi'i madhab, it just doesn't work. And in fact, it is not supported by the authentic ahadith. The madhab of Imam Abu Hanifa rahimahullah ta'ala makes perfect sense, except that it is not giving a room for a situation where a person may have passed away and no one else was able to pray on their behalf, like Salat al-Janazah. So we are following the madhab of Imam Malik, who says that only if the person did not have anyone to pray Janazah on him, then Muslims can do Salat al-Ghaib. Okay, so that's what we do here. And I actually, every time I meet with imams, I invite them to do the same. If they follow, alhamdulillah, otherwise it's their decision. Is it okay to I could not read this. Is it okay to make dua for non-Muslim if the deceased is part of the family? So making dua for a non-Muslim so that Allah guide them is perfectly fine. But making a dua that Allah forgive their deceased is not permissible. Is not permissible. He ﷺ, by the way, this is authentic hadith. He ﷺ said, سألت ربي أو استأذنت ربي أن أزور قبر أمي وأستغفر لها فأذن لي أن أزورها ولم يأذن لي أن أستغفر لها. He said, I have asked the permission from Allah to visit my mother's grave when I was passing by and to make istighfar for her. So I was given the permission to visit, but not to make istighfar. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said in the Quran, وَمَا كَانَ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ أَن يَسْتَغْفِرُوا الْمُشْرِكِينَ وَلَوْ كَانُوا أُولِي قُرْبَى مِنْ بَعْدِ مَا تَبَيَّنَ لَهُمْ أَنَّهُمْ أَصْحَابُ الْجَحِيمِ. That the believers are not supposed to make dua for the disbelievers after their death, when they already knew that the kafir or the person who has passed away on the state of kufr will be in the hellfire. Right? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has said about Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam, when he made his dua, قال وما كان استغفار إبراهيم لأبيه إلا عن موعدة وعدها إياه فلما تبين له أنه عدو لله تبرأ منه. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given a promise to Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam that once that there will be something that he will see about his father. And so Ibrahim thought that maybe his father will become Muslim, so he made his dua. But then afterwards, when he knew definitely that his father is not going to become a Muslim and he will stay on the state of kufr, he has rejected his relationship with the father. Yes, yes. This is my daughter. Can we pray to die as shaheed? Yes, of course you can. Umar radiallahu anhu used to ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allahumma rzuqni shahadatan fi madinati nabiyyak. He used to say, oh Allah, give me shahada in the city of Prophet Muhammad. And the Sahaba were like, are you crazy? Like, how could this happen? And subhanAllah, he was stabbed in the masjid of Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam in Medina. So he got his shahada. Because people were like, shahada will most likely happen when you are outside of the city, like fighting with the disbelievers. But subhanAllah, Umar radiallahu anhu got his shahada in the city of Rasulullah, in the masjid of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Do we allow non-Sunnis to use our body washing facility? So the answer to this is actually it depends. For us, we treat Muslims with one rule. If those Muslims pray with us in like our masajid, then we treat them as such, even if they claim that they were Shia or whatever. But if they don't pray with us, then we say find somewhere else where where they find, like, whatever another place that you used to pray at, go ahead and do it. And the reason for this is that we cannot judge all the non-Sunnis the same. Like, some of them are into very big extreme, and others might be very in the beginning, or maybe very close to us. So we try our best, inshallah, to treat them with that. And if the person prays in any of the Sunni masjid, in any of them, not necessarily PGMA, then we treat them as such, even if they are known to be Shia or whatever. So Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam has said, "Man salla salatana wa akala dhabihatana wa istaqbala qiblatana fahuwa al-Muslim lahu ma lana wa alayhi ma alayna." Whoever prays our prayer and face our qibla and eat from our dhabiha, then he is the Muslim, has our right and has the same obligations. When I was in Ottawa, by the way, we were invited to meet like all the masajid and all the Muslims with all different sects in one gathering. And they had a catering, Muslim catering, who was from Pakistan. And he was Sunni Pakistani. MashaAllah, his food is so delicious that I wish we have something like this in PGMA. Yeah, Sheikh, tell Gibran about that. Okay, so what happened, and wallahi, I swear by Allah, it just happened in front of my eyes. This brother from Pakistan, Jazallah khair, he brought goat meat and chicken. So he had the two options. And there was a table for some sect, they were Shia from Lebanon. And wallahi, they refused to eat the food. And they asked for someone to bring from another, like a food from another store that they eat from. They refused. They said, we have our own food, we cannot eat from you. So anyways, I mean, Allah Rasul sallallahu alaihi wasallam made it very clear. Man salla salatana wastaqbala qiblatana wa akala dhabihatana fahuwa al-Muslim lahu ma lana wa alayhi ma alayna. back home, whenever someone dies after burying their certain things our people do as first day food for all people attending. So here's the thing. This is very common in many places where when someone passes away, they do aza, right? And I know we actually going. We're actually late. I'm sorry. I was so sorry for this. Barakallah fikum. But let me, inshallah, try to finalize with those few questions. In many places, they have a habit of what they call it aza. Aza is to offer condolences, right? The sunnah of aza is only to make things easier for the deceased people, for the family of the deceased people, right? That is the sunnah of aza. We should not be taking aza as how it is being practiced nowadays, where we have a aza in this gathering in this place, and you have to come between this time and that time, and it is only for 3 days, and otherwise there's no more aza. That's not true. Aza means to offer the condolences to the family of the deceased for as long as they have this pain in their chest, in their hearts. So if it goes for 3 days or less or more, it's fine, as long as they have this pain. The sunnah is to always make aza. And aza doesn't have to be at a certain place. Wherever you see the family of the deceased, at the masjid, at your work, in the marketplace, wherever you are, by saying the good words, that's aza. You did it. You don't have, it doesn't have to be in a place, in a specific place. Jazakallah khair. I mean, people think that it has to be a gathering or whatnot. Well, we say, if the gathering will make it easier for the person, because the person, for example, has to report to work and he just cannot meet everyone. So they decided just to facilitate this process in having a place where everyone will come and will for sure find him there. Then okay, inshallah, this is fine, if this is the intention. But if the intention is really that there needs to be 3 days of aza, this is absolutely not the sunnah. Now the problem here comes with who pays for the whole rent, who pays for the food, who pays for the coffee and all that stuff. Rasul sallallahu alayhi wasallam, when his cousin passed away, what did he say? He said, "Isna'u li ali Ja'far ta'aman, fa'innahu qad atahum ma yashghaluhum." Make some food for the family of Ja'far, because now they are being disturbed and busy with their loss. So who should prepare for this? Not the family of the deceased. It should be the Muslims. The other Muslims should be the ones taking care of the cost, the food, the drink, and anything. So, and subhanAllah, what we do, I mean, I can tell you from experience, at least in our back home from Syria, they say that sometimes to certain families, the calamity of having to offer those type of events is more painful to them than the loss of their family member, because they have to pay a lot for it. And this just defeats the purpose of aza. Like, are you trying to make it easy on them or to make it difficult for them? Just think about it. Like, see how many things that we do, subhanAllah, in these days that have nothing to do with sunnah. Second day, they have Fatiha. Okay, we just mentioned yesterday that reciting Surah Al-Fatiha, in particular, specifically Surah Al-Fatiha for the deceased, is not from the Sunnah. There is nothing in Islam that supports that.
The second day, back home in our country, they are gathering in the masjid, and imam or qari, someone is reciting Quran, and all the other people, they pray to the deceased, and we call it Fatiha. I don't know.
Yeah, Habibi, so any specific act of worship that we do that is not in the Sunnah, becomes innovation. So for us to make a gathering, to make some dua, it's innovation in itself. Making dua for the deceased is actually highly recommended, but why should we make a gathering for it? So every individual can make their dua on their own. Every individual can recite Quran and give the reward of that as a gift to the deceased on their own. Why should we gather for it? That's the problem. And reciting Quran or dua or doing any dua, you can do any part of Quran. Why specifically Surah Al-Fatiha? Why specifically making this Surah Yasin, for example? So the problem in what bid'ah means is that we are introducing a new way of worship that was not agreed upon, was not practiced by Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
There is no specific surah they recite any part
No.
of Quran.
Yeah.
So I'm just explaining.
Many scholars
I'm
can.
just explaining the Fatiha, what we are doing. So the second day they announce in the paper, so you guys come to this masjid and we will be like closest immediate family. There will be sitting on the top like a special place and everybody is coming. So anybody, like group people is coming. So Imam recite any part of the Quran and then they together they pray
Okay.
to the diseases and this
So,
is the way they
so let me tell you, let me give you just guideline here. Two guidelines. One is that anything that we do to facilitate the process of meeting and greeting and all that stuff is fine, it's permissible. If it is only a logistics thing that we do that were not done in the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, no harm with that. But if we start to believe that after 40 days there need to be this type of Quran or recitation, and after 1 day there need to be this, and believe that there's a virtue of doing this, that makes it innovation. That makes it haram. Like there's nothing about 40 days. What is this 40? Where is it coming from? You know this Arba'iniya? Anyone knows about this? We do it in Syria. Arba'iniya, well anyways, we don't need to mention that. Is it permissible to pray Salat al-Ghaib for the people in Palestine? Ay wallah. Yeah, this makes us cry, wallah. Inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Well, what I would say is I really don't know with the scale of murdering and the scale of killing that happens in Palestine. Are they able to pray on every janazah? I don't know. But honestly speaking, what I would do instead is to pray Salat al-Qunut, Salat al-Nawazil, which means that I will be doing the dua that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will save them and protect them by the end of every salah before I go to the ruku'. So that, I mean before I go to sujood. So in the last rak'ah, after getting up from ruku', we can do the Salat al-Nawazil, and this can happen in Salat al-Fajr, Dhuhr, Asr, Maghrib, and Isha. We did it here for a whole month. We probably may need to do it again. But this is what I would recommend more than just making Salat al-Ghaib. Because, yeah, to the best of my understanding, Jazahumullahu khairan, those brothers and sisters in Palestine are like an absolute example of what real men should be. MashaAllah. They are doing, like, despite all the difficulties that they are going through, they are making everything possible to live their life in the most Islamic way. Okay, last thing.
I have 2 online questions.
Okay, and we will finish with that, inshallah.
First one was, is it allowed for non-mahram men to carry a female mayat to transfer her to the grave? Second one, and I think you've covered some of this, is it allowed for people to read Quran at the graveside?
Okay, so once we get the deceased to the grave, the sunnah is to place the deceased in the grave where the back will be will be supported by the wall of the grave. So let me just do it. I'm sorry. So what can I use? Can I turn? Turn what? Oh, this. Oh, yeah. Sure. Subhanallah. So this is how we get it. Now, let's say this is a woman. Then, of course, we must ask if there is any mahram to her. We must. But if we don't have, then this, it's a necessity, right? And those people who are going to do it, they need to be of muttaqeen, meaning that they will do every possible effort that they do it so that no awra will be touched, inshallah. And when I say touched, I mean be felt. Okay, so let's say that this is the grave here. Huh? Okay, let's see if, okay, how about I do it here? So let's say that this is the grave, and we have to face the grave to the Qibla, and let's say there's a wall here. Are you the wall? Yeah. Okay. So this is the wall. I'm sorry, wallahi. Okay, so what we do is we take the deceased on the right hand side, and we make the back of the deceased backing to the wall, right? So now the face, the chest are facing what? The Qibla. That's how we place them. Jazakallah khair, that's it. In the graves in the Sunnah are of two types. There's something called shaq and something that is called lahad. So think about it like this. If the grave is just like a hole that goes like this, vertical, and then we place the deceased in that hole, and then we have some like cover, and then we hold we put the dirt on it, right? This is called shaq. But the lahad is more of an L shape. So the hole goes like this, and then it goes like this, and then like this, and then like this. So there's an L shape here to it. And this is the sunnah. We don't do this here, unfortunately. The sunnah is to do the lahad thing, which is this, and then this, and then this. So in the lahad scenario, this L segment, that's where we place the deceased. And then we put some cover, and then we put the dirt after that. Now, the important thing is, as we place the deceased in their grave, we say Bismillah wa ala millati Rasulillah. That's what we say, and it's only to be done by the people who are doing it, right? So unfortunately, what you hear, everyone is going to scream, and so they think that they need to remind everyone to say the same. So once we place that, the dirt should never touch the coffin. So we have to put the cover, whether it is on top of the deceased in the shaq or diagonal on the lahad, on the L-shaped thing. So the dirt will come on top of the cover, not on the body. We should not be throwing dirt on the deceased. Sometimes people add a piece of a stone under the head so that the head will not be tilted. That's fine. If you put something like this, it's fine, inshallah. And then, of course, those ropes that we talked about, you pull them, so you untie them so they become loose. Some people, unfortunately, think that they uncover the face. That's not true. Keep the cover on the face. This is how we put our deceased. At the time when we're done with this, we start putting the dirt. The sunnah is to put at least 3 loads of full hands of dirt in the grave. And if you like to give people the chance to make it, then of course this is good. If there are few, then just work together until you finish it up, inshallah. Making dua for the deceased is on an individual basis. If people are not aware of what to do or what to say, and someone wants to just teach them, maybe 1 time, twice, 3 times until people will get the right awareness, it could be fine, inshallah, but people should avoid it, because now, unfortunately, many people think that there must be someone standing on the side and making dua and everyone will say Ameen. This is not from the Sunnah. Do it on your own. Similarly, when we say some of the mashayikh or imams, they take this opportunity to make a lecture. Oh, brothers, what if you are in this place? Consider and we heard this 100,000 times, and we still are hearing the same. There is no sunnah of this whatsoever. Yes, one time he saw Sallam mentioned it to the companions, but that was just for the sake of teaching them, and it was one opportunity. The problem now is that every imam or every sheikh has to do it in every time. And people memorized it. This is not from the Sunnah, by the way. The Sunnah is just to make it simple, make the dua on an individual basis. And by the way, when you make the dua, you make your dua with your face, your direction to the Qibla. If the deceased is in front of you or behind you, inshallah, it should be fine. But you make the dua facing the Qibla. Sometimes people make the dua like this. The Qibla is this way and they do it this way. No, your dua is to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The Sunnah is to make your dua with facing the Qibla. That's the right Sunnah. Yes, I did tell you about Surah Yasin. It's not from the Sunnah. Surah Yasin is not to be recited at the time of burial. And yes, if someone missed Salatul Janazah at the masjid, can they do it in the grave? The ruling, the Islamic ruling, is in the grave itself, in the cemetery. You cannot pray any prayer except Janazah if you missed it. Meaning, if someone did not pray Salatul Dhuhr yet, and it's almost time for Asr, can the person pray Salatul Dhuhr in the cemetery? No, it's haram. It's haram. You have to leave the cemetery, pray Salat Dhuhr and come back. But Salatul Janazah, for those who did not pray yet, yes, they can. So they would stand in front, just like how the Imam does it. They would stand in the middle of a woman or at the head of the man, and they will do the Salat al-Janazah, and they can do it in congregation. That's fine, inshallah. The dua that we say when we enter to the janazah is the normal dua. Assalamu alaikum ahla diyari min al-mu'mineen. أنتم السابقون وإنا إن شاء الله بكم لاحقون نسأل الله لنا ولكم العافية. I think I tried to cover everything that came to my mind, and I hope inshallah that this was of value, and that inshallah we will have more of this. And I want to apologize for to our leads that who is going now to take you to do the hands-on, inshallah. So what I will do now, I will let the leads and those who are doing the hands-on to go, and I will stay here to answer questions, inshallah. How about that? So that I don't postpone the... Huh?
Will it be recorded?
Ha, Habibi? Can I repeat what I said? What I said is that we have now a hands-on workshop. So to do this, what I did, but they will do it with their own hands. So those who are going there, please go now. Who are the leads here from the brothers' side? Who are the leads? Who do we have the leads here from the brothers' side? Huh? We have one. And who else? with the team? Okay, and we have Sister Zuhra there. If you have questions, so Sister Zuhra, you're going to take them, right?
Yes, we're going to first go see the facility and then go to the classroom.
Okay, barakallah fikum. Classroom 2 for the brothers and classroom 4 for the sister, inshallah. Yes?
Assalamu alaikum. So my question is that Al-Firdaus, there is a location that they make sometimes when we do burial there. We after the burial, we go there maybe for Asri to do our Asri prayer. So what about that? This place is made specifically for after burial, you go and pray, but it's inside within the facility of the...
Between the graves or on the side?
It's on, but the graves are on another side.
Yeah, if it is outside the square of the graveyard or the cemetery, inshallah it should be fine. The problem is if it is between the graves.
So I think at some point it's going to become...
Then we need to move it.
Okay.
Outside. Yeah, if it is outside, it should be fine. Okay.
So it's going to become part of the grave at some point because it's been...
At that point in time, we have to push it
Inshallah.
away.
Assalamu alaikum.
At the graveside, reciting Quran, yeah, there's nothing like that, even if it were Surah Yasin.
So in a case where you are present, where after the burial has taken place, and then the imam is making reading Quran, and what is your position? Should you just walk away or stay there? What do we do?
No, I mean, if some people are not doing the right thing, it's on their own. Like they are the one who did it. You just remind them, and for you, you can stay there to make the dua. You can stay there to help with finishing up on the burial. So you don't need to worry about others who are not following the sunnah. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. Ma'am, how about, what could you say, I just want to get this one clear, because it's something that is rampant in our community. This, recitation of the Holy Quran when somebody died. Is it something that is it something that has a bearing to the deceased, that people are doing it? Because whenever somebody dies, after the burial or before the burial sometime, they will go to the mosque and recite Quran. And sometimes after the burial, they'll do that again or something like that.
And the deceased was the one who asked them to do it?
No, this is a system that they, part of the community, have
This is
adopted.
sad because what the deceased needs at that point in time is nothing more than dua. Dua is the right thing to do for the deceased, not reciting Quran. Even if we say recitation of Quran is fine, but at that point in time in particular, the dua is more required than Quran.
Okay, one thing again, how about this loan? If somebody happened to, for example, have a school loan.
How?
A school loan.
A school loan.
A school loan, yeah. Then maybe, some parents, they sign on behalf of their children, So if somebody couldn't repay that loan and happen to die, in terms of making a Janazah prayers for that person, is it permissible?
So it is always not only permissible, we need to actually have some people to pray Janazah on the deceased, even if the deceased has loan. What I was trying to say was that Rasulullah ﷺ just chose not to pray for that particular person to to give the message that taking loan and not fulfilling them or not paying them back is actually a serious thing. So the ulama were asked a question: do we need to, or do we have to pray on every janazah? They said no, there are some exceptions. And one of the exceptions is when a person dies with debt on them. Another exception is when the person is very young. Another exception is actually when the person is shaheed, a martyr, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will get those to the Jannah right away. So there are some exceptions for various different reasons. Again, after all, we need to make janazah for people who were in debt, but that does not necessarily mean, like the fact that Isa did not pray does not necessarily mean that we should just let them go to the grave directly. Allah yazdik al khair, ya Rab. Yes, hi. Yeah, and here's one thing that you can think about. In one way, I mean, people may think that, alhamdulillah, we're doing this so we can benefit the mayyit. But if you think more carefully about it, what the people are doing is that they are limiting the time of making dua and recitation of Quran to the deceased to those events. Because people otherwise will not do it. If they know that it is only at the 40th day, they will keep silent until that 40th day and then they will make it. Whereas the sunnah is to make dua and do anything possible to help the deceased on every single day and every single hour, right? So it's better and it is way more practicing the sunnah that you don't do it, and always encourage people to do the dua for the deceased. Yeah. Yes?
Do you think that every time you pray Janazah, we need to explain to the people how we do Salat al-Janazah?
Yeah.
Everybody knows the Salat al-Janazah.
Yeah.
Just to keep the quiet.
Yeah.
Sometimes at Janazah, I think the Imam should just say, we'll do 2 salams or 1 salam.
Actually, the Imam doesn't even need to say 2 salam versus 1 salam, not even that. I think the issue that I found from practice, although there isn't really any sound opinion about it, is that in many cases, as a facility that takes people or does the service for people across not only the Maryland state, but across all the DMV, then chances are you're getting some deceased from a very far distance with their family, and they just come to do this for the first time in their life. So how could we avoid this? I don't know an answer. But what I think we can say always is that maybe the Imam should do a wise judgment on, like, by looking at who is there, and I do strongly agree that the Imam should not be in the business of just explaining this over and over. And by the way, if you go to Mecca, you pray Janazah every single prayer, right? The Imam does not explain it. Yeah. Yeah. Wallahu a'lam. For the non-Muslim? Okay, so as far as participating in the burial of non-Muslims, if there is nothing done... Who? Okay, so you were asking if the non-Muslim can participate? Well, I think we usually, with the emotion that non-Muslims have, the family members, it's very difficult to prevent them. We always say that it is this is the right of the Muslim on all the other Muslims to do it. But frankly speaking, if we have someone who is emotionally impacted and he just wants to participate, I wouldn't really prevent him from participating. However, I will get as many of the Muslims as possible, inshallah, to do it. جزاكم الله كل خير. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك.